Alrighty. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, so just to be clear, Mr. Viveras only has the one charge of battery, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so now calling the matter of State of Georgia versus Jorge Riveros Cuello, charged in warrant number 2024 WA 72028, representing the state is Attorney Payne, representing the defendant. Is this your case, Attorney Moore?
Ahora estamos llamando a conocer el caso del estado de Georgia contra José Riveros Cuello, número de orden de arresto 2024 WA 72028. En representación del Estado es la licenciada Katie Payne y en representación de la defensa, ¿es usted el licenciado Moore?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sí, su señoría.
And so, Attorney Payne, your witness.
Licenciado Moore es su testigo.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Kenyon Ford to the stand.
Sí, su señoría, el Estado está llamando al agente Ford al banco de testigos.
Officer Ford, can you raise your right hand, please?
Agente Ford, levanta la mano derecha.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I
Jura
do.
que la declaración que va a dar es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Ante Dios lo jura, sí juro.
And Officer Ford, can you state your name for the record, please?
Agente Ford, diga su
Ford.
nombre para que conste en el acta. Detective Ford.
And Officer Ford, after I ask a question, can you wait a minute to respond to let the interpreter interpret for the defendant, please?
Gotcha.
Agente Ford, cuando haga preguntas, espere un momento para que la intérprete pueda dar su interpretación. Está bien.
And Officer Ford, where are you employed, sir?
Agente Ford, ¿dónde trabaja?
Clayton County Police Department.
La policía del condado de Clayton.
And how long have you been employed there, sir?
¿Por cuánto tiempo ha estado trabajando ahí, señor?
A little over 3 years.
Un poco más de 3 años.
Were you employed there on February 11th of this year?
¿Trabajaba ahí el 11 de febrero del año presente?
Yes.
Sí.
Are you post-certified, sir?
¿Y tiene la certificación post?
I am.
Sí tengo.
Were you post-certified on February 11th of this year?
¿Tenía la certificación el 11 de febrero 2024?
Yes.
Sí.
Were you on duty that day?
¿Estaba de turno ese día?
Yes, I was.
Sí, estaba.
And did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
¿Y recibió una llamada de los despachadores ese día?
Yes.
Sí.
Where did you respond to, sir?
¿A dónde respondió?
We received a call for a domestic incident at 120 Pear Tree Lane in Riverdale.
Recibimos una llamada por un incidente doméstico en el 120 de la Pear Tree Lane en Riverdale.
Is that in Clayton County, sir?
¿Está dentro del condado de Clayton, señor?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you make contact with?
Y al llegar ahí, ¿con quién tuvo contacto?
When I arrived, I made contact with the defendant, Mr. Riveros, and his nephew.
Al llegar ahí, tuve contacto con el acusado, el señor Riveros, y su sobrino.
And uh, and did you observe anything about Mr. Abimel Gonzalez Morales and Gayez Gonzalez Morales and Jose Veliquez when you got there?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Miss Payne, would you mind repeating those names for me, please?
I apologize if I mispronounce them, but they are Abimel, Abimael,
Ujú,
Gonzalez Morales, Gael, Gael, Gonzalez Morales,
ujú.
or Jose Veliquez Solis.
Al llegar ahí, ¿usted notó algo en las personas de Abamael González Morales, Gael González Morales y José Velázquez Solís?
I did make contact with them at the residence as well later on within the incident.
Sí, tuve contacto con ellos en la residencia también, más adelante, durante el incidente.
And did you observe anything about Abimel Gonzalez Morales when you made contact with him?
¿Observó algo en la persona de Abamael González Morales cuando tuvo contacto con él?
Yes, he and the other ones involved as well, they all sustained injuries from the incident that took place.
Sí, él y la otra persona que también estaba involucrada sufrieron lesiones en el incidente.
And were you able to ascertain how they got those injuries?
¿Llegó usted a determinar cómo fue que consiguieron esas lesiones?
Yes.
Sí.
How did they receive those visible injuries?
¿Cómo recibieron esas lesiones visibles?
So when I first made contact with Mr. Riveros and his nephew, when I got there, I realized they, spoke minimal English. So upon waiting on one of my partners that does speak speak Spanish, we spoke through the Google Translator. So I just got the initial information about the incident starting due to the other roommates.
Inicialmente, cuando tuve contacto con el señor acusado y su sobrino, me di cuenta que hablaban poco inglés, entonces estaba esperando que uno de mis compañeros de trabajo que hablaba español llegaba. Utilizamos el traductor de Google para conseguir los datos iniciales. Go ahead, Officer Ford.
The other roommates were trying to put him out.
Y hablé con los otros compañeros de la casa que estaban intentando echarlo de la casa.
And did the argument turn physical after they were asking him to leave?
Y el argumento se volvió físico, violento una vez que le pidieron que se fuera.
Yes, apparently from both sides, one and the other said they started attacking each other during the argument after the yelling and screaming, exchanging the words back and forth.
Sí, en ambas partes. Cada uno dijo que empezaron a atacar el uno al otro una vez que el argumento llegó a gritos.
And did the defendant admit to getting involved in the physical altercation?
Y el acusado admitió haberse involucrado en un altercado físico.
Yes, he did.
Sí, lo admitió.
And and what injuries did you see to, what visible injuries did you see to the victims in this case?
¿Cuáles lesiones vio usted en la víctima en este caso?
One had a swollen eye. The other one had a busted eye, a busted lip, and was missing a tooth. And the other was bleeding from his head and also had a busted eye.
Uno tenía el ojo hinchado, otro tenía el ojo morado, el labio partido y le faltaba un diente. El otro sangraba de la cabeza. If the interpreter may ask for a repetition. The other one was bleeding from his head and what was that last part?
He also had a laceration on his eye.
Y también tenía una laceración debajo del ojo. Thank you.
And did Gail and Jose tell you how they came to live with Mr. Jorge Suelo?
Y Gael y José le explicaron cómo fue que ellos llegaron a vivir con el señor Jorge Suelo.
Yes, they were. At some point, they all were working together, and then they all were renting a place through the separate party, which the landlord there. And the initial incident was with Mr. Riveros and just the landlord, but then the roommates were trying to put him out.
Sí, en algún momento ellos estaban trabajando juntos y llegaron a rentar ahí. Inicialmente el asunto empezó con solamente el señor Riveros y el arrendador, pero luego había otro incidente cuando empezaron a echar al señor acusado de la casa. Los demás compañeros de casa.
And when they were trying to put all of them out, did Mr. Abimel tell you that the defendant hit him over the head with a metal object?
Y cuando estaban intentando sacarlos todos de la casa, el señor Abamael dijo que le habían pegado sobre la cabeza con un objeto contundente.
Yes, he said he was hit over the head with an object. However, he and other parties that was on scene alleged that it was Mr. Riveros' his nephew that actually hit him over the head with the metal object. The allegations from Mr. Abimel and the other guys were just the allegations of just a physical altercation with his hands with them. They were just fighting back and forth.
And at the end of
Sí, el señor dijo que lo habían pegado con un objeto, pero luego se determinó que fue el sobrino del señor acusado que le había pegado con el objeto. Inicialmente solamente estaban peleando con las manos.
And at the end of your investigation, were you able to determine who the primary aggressors were?
Y al final de su investigación llegó usted a determinar quién eran los agresores principales.
Yes, I did eventually have Spanish-speaking officers that came and were able to translate for us, and through him and also the written statements that we received, all the parties alleged that Mr. Riveros was the aggressor in the situation, and he also, furthered the physical altercation when they did try to de-escalate it.
Sí, eventualmente cuando llegó el agente hispanohablante y nos pudo traducir, y a través de lo que ellos habían dicho y las declaraciones escritas que dieron, se determinó que el señor Riveros fue el agresor principal y él continuó el altercado físico después de que ellos trataron de calmar la situación.
And did you decide to arrest the defendant for battery family violence?
Entonces usted decidió arrestar al acusado por acometimiento de violencia en el hogar.
Yes, that's all he was charged with.
Sí, solamente de eso se le acusó.
And what went into that decision to arrest him for battery family violence?
¿Y por qué tomó la decisión de arrestarlo por acometimiento de violencia en el hogar?
Mr. Riveros and the victims that currently live together, and he did admit to the physical altercation with the other parties.
El señor Riveros y las víctimas viven juntos actualmente y él sí admitió haber tenido un altercado físico con las demás partes.
And just to make sure that we have it clear here, the two aggressors that night were listed in your report as a Jason Riveros and his uncle Jorge Riveros Suelo.
Entonces, para que quede claro, los dos agresores enumerados en su informe eran Dyson Riveros y Jorge Riveros Cuello.
Yes, it was.
Sí.
I believe it's Jason. I believe it's Jason. But yes, him and his nephew.
Sí, creo que es Jason. Creo que es Jason, él y su sobrino.
Oh, I apologize. It was spelled Jeisson.
Ay,
Yeah.
perdón, se deletrea Jeisson.
And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today that caused the visible injuries of a swollen eye and a busted lip and a tooth knocked out to the victims?
Y usted ve
Yes.
aquí en la plataforma Zoom la persona que causó las lesiones del ojo hinchado, el labio partido y el diente caído. Sí.
Can you identify him, please?
¿Lo puede identificar, por favor?
Yes, he's right there with the orange jumpsuit on.
Está ahí mismo con el mono anaranjado.
Thank you. No further questions.
Gracias, no tengo más preguntas.
Bob?
Contrainterrogatorio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, su señoría.
Officer Ford, did you examine the residence in any way or walk inside of the residence when you were at the scene?
El agente Ford, ¿examinó usted a la residencia o entró en una parte de la residencia? Sí.
Mr. Ford, the defendant was supposed to be living in the basement, is that right?
Y se suponía que el acusado vivía en el sótano, ¿correcto?
Correct.
Correcto.
And the other parties lived in the other part of the residence, is that right?
Y las demás personas vivían en las otras partes de la residencia, ¿correcto?
Oh, sorry. I missed your response, Mr. Ford, or Officer Ford. Did you say?
Your Honor, the interpreter thinks Officer Ford might be frozen.
I think so too. Okay, he's trying to get back in now.
I think we have him.
Hey, I'm back on. My computer shut down. It started updating. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Officer Ford. I think I just asked. I believe I had asked you if he resided in the basement. And you said yes, and then I believe I asked if the other parties in question lived in another part of the home.
Disculpe, su señoría, se apagó mi computadora. Empezó a actualizarse y ahora me conecté. Sí, perdón, parece que la dejamos en que le pregunté si se suponía que el señor Riveros vivía en el sótano y usted respondió que sí, y luego le pregunté si las otras personas vivían en las otras partes de la casa.
Yeah, so they were reside upstairs part of the house.
Sí, ellos vivían en la parte de arriba de la casa
Do they treat the parts of the home separately?
y tratan a las partes de la casa separadamente.
Yes, from the information that we gathered, Mr. Riveros had no access to the upstairs part of the house, and
Sí,
they had no access to his part of the house downstairs.
de la información que conseguí, el señor Riveros no tenía acceso a la parte de arriba de la casa y los de arriba no tenían acceso a la parte de abajo.
There is a separate entrance and exit to the basement.
Hay una entrada y salida separadas para el sótano.
There's a front door to the residence, of course, and there's a back door to the residence, of course. That the back door actually leads to the basement downstairs. The front door, of course, is just somewhere upstairs.
Claro, hay una puerta principal y una puerta, excuse me, y una puerta trasera. La puerta trasera encamina al sótano y claro, la puerta principal está arriba, en otro lado de la casa.
And so on the day that we're discussing, the upstairs roommates were physically preventing my client from coming upstairs. Is that accurate?
Entonces, en el día de que estamos hablando, los compañeros de la casa de arriba físicamente impedía al señor acusado subir a la parte de arriba. ¿No es así?
Yes, the initial incident supposedly stemmed from an argument where Mr. Rivero kept attempting to come upstairs and saying he needed to get something or had something up there. They wouldn't allow him up there. Eventually they got frustrated. They were trying to put him out, and it turned physical. Like put him out as in they were like, hey, you got to go now. I think he had another week or so per the agreement or something like that he had with the landlord that he was supposed to leave.
Sí, inicialmente hubo un argumento donde el señor Riveros dijo que quería ir arriba, que estaba buscando algo arriba o necesitaba conseguir algo que estaba arriba. Entonces, ellos estaban tratando de que él no subiera. Finalmente, el argumento se puso físico y dijeron que él tenía que salir ya. Aparentemente le faltaba una semana más para irse y eso fue el acuerdo que él tenía con el encargado de la casa, pero lo querían echar ya.
And so they were trying to evict him from the basement. Is that accurate?
Entonces ellos lo querían desalojar del sótano, ¿no es así?
The landlord was trying to evict them. They were wanting him to leave, prior to whatever settled date or agreement that he and the landlord may have had.
El dueño quería desalojarlo, sí, y ellos querían sacarlo de la casa antes de la fecha que él hubiera establecido con el dueño.
None of the people at the scene were the landlord, correct?
Ninguna de las personas que estaban en el lugar de los hechos era el dueño, ¿correcto?
Correct.
Correcto.
And they were physically trying to remove him from the premises, yes?
Y ellos estaban intentando sacarlo físicamente del lugar, ¿correcto?
No, they were only physically keeping him from coming upstairs to their part of the home. They didn't try to remove him from the residence.
No, ellos solamente estaban tratando de impedir físicamente que él subiera a su parte de la casa. No lo estaban sacando físicamente de la casa.
But didn't you say they were trying to kick him out?
Pero no dijo que usted que ellos intentaban echarlo de la casa.
Yes, that's what the argument was about. They wanted him to leave.
Sí, de eso era el argumento. Ellos querían que él se fuera.
So they put hands on him to stop him from coming upstairs. Is that right?
Entonces ellos le pusieron las manos encima para impedir que él subiera a la parte de arriba de la casa. ¿No es así?
Yes, from my understanding, the only issue that took place that was physical between Mr. Solis, if I'm saying it correct, I don't know. Mr. Solis was he just stood in front of him, kept him from coming up the stairs.
Sí, de lo que entiendo, lo único físico que sucedió entre él y el señor Solís, si lo pronuncio bien, es que él estaba ahí parado, impidiendo que él subiera para la parte de arriba.
Did they have some of his property upstairs?
Es que ellos tenían algunos de sus pertenencias arriba.
They say they did not. He said he needed to get something from upstairs, but they say he also had nothing up there. He never had access to the upstairs part of the residence.
Ellos dijo que no. Él dijo que él tenía que ir a buscar algo que estaba arriba, pero él dijo que nunca tenía acceso a la parte de arriba de la casa.
And to be clear, it is not alleged that my client, the gentleman you see here, he did not hit somebody on the head with a pipe. That was someone else. Is that correct?
Y para que quede claro, mi cliente, el señor que usted ve aquí en la pantalla, no fue el que pegó a otro con una pipa. ¿Así es?
Correct. The statements were that the nephew that came over to assist him was the one that hit the guy over the head.
Correcto. En las declaraciones dijeron que el sobrino, el que llegó a ayudar, fue el que pegó al otro.
And in fact, it's only my client is alleged to have punched somebody in the face.
Entonces, de hecho, solamente se asevera que mi cliente le pegó un puñetazo a otra persona en la cara.
However he hit him, it was only with his hands.
De la manera que le hubiera pegado, solamente usó la mano.
The statements were from the several victims and another party in the home. The altercation was physical with only hands until the nephew got involved.
Las declaraciones dadas eran de los demás víctimas y la otra persona que estaba en la casa, que la pelea era solamente física y con las manos hasta que el sobrino se metió.
Thank you, officer. I don't have any further questions.
Gracias, señora agente. No tengo más preguntas.
Any redirect?
¿Más interrogatorio?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Ford. When you testified that the other tenants were trying to force him out, but they were only trying to keep him, are you saying they were trying to force him out of the home completely or just keep him in the basement which is what his part of the rent agreement was for?
Sí, agente Ford, cuando usted declaró anteriormente que los otros inquilinos estaban tratando de sacarlo de la fuerza, ¿es que ellos querían sacarlo completamente de la casa o solamente mantenerlo en su área del sótano según el acuerdo que él tenía con el dueño?
The argument was about them wanting him out of the home, as in they were trying to rush him to leave. They weren't physically trying to put him out of the home. The only physical portion happened after they were trying to keep him from coming upstairs in the residence.
El argumento se trataba de que ellos querían apurarlo para que él se saliera de la casa. Eso no era la parte física. La parte física solamente ocurrió cuando querían impedir que él subiera a la parte de arriba de la casa.
And you testified that Mr. Solis stated he just stood in the way of the defendant from getting upstairs. Is that correct?
Y lo que usted
Yes, they-
declara es que el señor Solís solamente estuvo ahí parado, estorbando para que él no subiera a la parte de arriba.
Yes, they just initially blocked the stairs from him coming up from downstairs.
Sí,
So they didn't-
inicialmente ellos solamente estorbaban, pues bloqueaban la escalera para que él no subiera.
So they didn't take a swing at him or hit him first?
Entonces no le aventaron ningún golpe o a él no le pegaron primero.
They allege they did not. They say he attacked first. Of course, they said one thing and he said the other.
Ellos afirmaron que no, ellos afirmaron que él atacó primero. Claro, ellos dijeron una cosa y el otra.
Thank you. No further questions.
Gracias, no tengo preguntas. Más preguntas.
Alrighty. Closing arguments.
¿Argumentos finales?
Attorney Payne.
Licenciado Payne.
I would just waive my right to opening and reserve my right to close.
All right,
Renuncio
Attorney
mi
Moore.
derecho a dar mis argumentos primero.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, my client is charged with battery family violence.
Gracias, su señoría. A mi cliente se le ha imputado el delito de acometimiento de violencia en el hogar.
Given the testimony of the officer, it is apparent that my client did not reside with the alleged victims in this case.
Considerando el testimonio que dio el señor agente, queda claro que mi cliente no vivía con las presuntas víctimas en este caso.
Apparently, he lived separately from them and had a separate portion of the home.
Aparentemente él vivía separadamente de ellos, que él vivía en una parte separada de la casa.
So much so that they prevented him from walking into the other part of the home when he wanted to.
Tanto así que ellos impidieron que él entrara caminando a la otra parte de la casa cuando él intentaba hacerlo.
The officer did not arrest any other party for criminal trespass for preventing my client from going into the other part of the home.
El agente no arrestó a ninguna de las personas por intrusión ilegal cuando ellos impidieron a mi cliente pasar a la otra parte de la casa.
Thus, I believe the officer felt the same way as I do about
Por
this.
eso yo, sorry.
That's okay.
Por eso yo creo que el señor agente sentía igual que yo.
And given that these parties clearly did not live together, I would argue that family violence cannot stand as a charge and thus I would request dismissal.
Tomando en consideración que estas personas no vivían juntos, yo diría que no hay lugar al delito de violencia en el hogar y por eso se amerita una desestimación de este cargo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Gracias, su señoría.
Yes, Your Honor. The statute for family violence just says that the defendant and the victim need to reside in the same residence, in the same house. It does not say that they need to be in the same part of the house.
Sí, su señoría. La ley dispone que el acusado y la víctima tienen que estar en la misma residencia o la misma casa, pero no necesariamente en la misma parte de la casa.
The officer testified to that this was one home that the landlord just rented out separate parts of the house to separate people.
El agente declaró que es una sola casa y que el dueño rentaba partes separadas de la casa a diferentes personas.
The law does not, for family violence, does not require them to live in the same room or in right next to each other in that house. It just requires them to reside in the same house, which is what officer testified to.
La ley no dispone que las partes tienen que vivir en el mismo cuarto o de cuartos que están al lado, solamente que tienen que estar en la misma casa, lo cual declaró el señor agente.
And since this is probable cause and a more likely than not standard, the officer did have probable cause to arrest the defendant for battery family violence when he observed visible bodily injuries to 3 victims caused by this defendant.
Entonces, como esta se trata de una situación de suficientes indicios que indican que probablemente ocurrieron los hechos, al lugar a la acusación de acometimiento de violencia en el lugar, tomando en consideración que el señor agente vio lesiones aparentes en las personas de 3 víctimas que fueron ocasionados por el acusado.
And the fact that the defendant even alleged that he had things up in the top part of the house, which is why he said he wanted to get in there.
Y el hecho de que el señor acusado afirmó que tenía cosas en la parte de arriba de la casa que iba a buscar.
And therefore, the state would ask that you find this up to state court, finding that there is probable cause for battery family violence.
Por esas razones, el Estado está solicitando que usted consigne el caso a la sala estatal por la acusación de acometimiento de violencia en el hogar.
All right, hold on. All right, based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. But I did want to look at his criminal history. Does he
Yo
have
sí
a criminal-
determino por los hechos presentados que existen suficientes indicios para consignar el caso a la sala estatal, pero sí quería ver sus antecedentes penales.
Okay, so he has no other criminal history, is that correct?
Él no
That-
tiene antecedentes penales, ¿correcto?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correcto, su señoría.
So The state, did y'all ask for a UJR on this case?
Entonces, licenciada del Estado, se pidió una salida de detención judicial sin fianza.
Your Honor, I did not ask for UJR. I think he may have a hold, is why.
Su señoría, yo no pedí la salida de detención judicial sin fianza porque creo que tiene una orden de detención.
And for, per the statute, battery family violence can't be released on an unsecured bond. It has to be a secured bond.
Y según dispone la ley, cuando hay un cargo de acometimiento de violencia en el hogar, a la persona no se lo puede dejar salir sin bono de caución. Tiene que haber una fianza de caución.
All right, so obviously, because he's been in jail for over a month,
Porque obviamente él lleva detenido más de un mes.
is he simply unable to make bond?
Es que sencillamente no puede pagar la fianza para salir.
Your Honor, I did not meet with him initially. However, I believe that to be the case. And oftentimes we counsel clients to not post bond if we think that it's not going to assist them overall. And I can't speak to what was discussed, but that might be the situation.
Su señoría, yo no me reuní con él inicialmente, pero creo que esto sí es el caso. Y normalmente aconsejamos a los clientes que no paguen la fianza si realmente no les va a ayudar.
And so his bond is what, 2,500?
Entonces la fianza está fijada a 2,500.
That's what I see, Your Honor.
Eso es lo que yo veo, su señoría.
And so is there any amount your client would be able to, could make? Does
¿Hay
he have
alguna
anybody-
cantidad que su cliente pudiera pagar?
Your Honor, I'm not sure of that. I would have to counsel with him and his family. We have been in contact with family, but I'm not, I don't know what they could afford.
Su señoría, no estoy seguro de eso. Tendría que consultar con él y su familia. Sí he estado en contacto con su familia, pero yo no sé cuánto podrían ellos pagar.
Your Honor, while we're discussing this, may I ask if our officer can be released?
Mientras
Yes.
tanto, su señoría puede pedir que
Officer Ford, you're
el
free to
señor
go, sir.
oficial que se retire. Sí, se puede retirar.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Alrighty, and so, if you, could at some point today, Attorney Moore, get with the inmate, well, I guess we would need, Ms. Tolles. Ask him if can we ask him now, if he has anybody, if the bond was lower, that could bond him out?
Señor Riveros, si se redujera la fianza, ¿hay alguien que podría pagar la fianza por usted? Oh, señor Riveros, su micrófono está apagado. Your Honor, his microphone is on mute.
Sí, mire,
Adelante, señor, perdón.
tendría que hablar con la pareja de mi sobrino, porque ella es la única que está acá, que nos puede ayudar.
I would have to talk to my nephew's girlfriend because she's the only one that's here.
Okay. All right, would the state be willing to consent to anything lower?
¿El Estado estaría dispuesto a considerar una fianza reducida?
The state, I believe the last I checked was the lowest that it could go for a secured bond was 1,050.
La última vez que chequé, creo que lo más que se puede bajar en cuanto a una fianza de caución es 1,500.
Okay, so are you offering the 15?
Based on his criminal history, there's no objection to it being reduced to 1,050.
If the interpreter may make sure she heard correctly, the interpreter said 1,500, but it is indeed 1,050.
Yes.
My mistake. Perdón, señor. 1,050.
Sí.
So
El Estado no se opone
$1,050.
a 1,050 como fianza.
Okay, so, Attorney Moore, can you do a bond order, or the solicitor's office, who's gonna do the bond order? The consent bond order.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to present that along with the other consent orders to the state as soon as practical.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Licenciado, ¿podría usted preparar la orden para la fianza? Sí, con mucho gusto lo hago. Y se lo presento con las demás órdenes.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
All right, who are we doing next?
Thank you all.
And we do Sergeant Arnold's case, which Sergeant Arnold, can you remind me who you here on?
I'm here on Lopez / Escobedo.
Your Honor, may I be excused to prepare for first appearance?
Yes, thank you. Have a good
Thank
day. Appreciate you.
You too.
His name's Escobedo, but I guess he has an alias of Lopez.
Jose Lopez?
Yes.
What he has, what's the name?
Jose Lopez.
All right, Jose Lopez, Your Honor.
All righty. And then after Lopez, who we're gonna do next?
That I think we can, if you would like to start going in alphabetical order. Sergeant Arnold just said he had to be at work in 15 minutes, so I was trying to accommodate him.
Okay. All righty.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Mr. Lopez right there.
Yes, Your Honor.
All righty. So now calling the matter of State of Georgia versus Jose Lopez, charged in warrant number 2024 WA01886. That's no license. 2024 WA01888, given false name. And 2024 WA01889, no tail lights. Representing the state is Attorney Payne. Representing the defendant is Attorney Moore. Attorney Payne, your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Officer or Sergeant Arnold to the stand, please. Sergeant Arnold, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Sergeant Jimmy Arnold,
And where do you work, sir?
Forest Park Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
About 8 years.
Were you employed there on February 4th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And pursuant to that, were you conducting traffic enforcement that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did your attention get drawn to a vehicle around 9:48 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And what first drew your attention to that vehicle?
It was a silver Jeep Liberty. It was at the intersection of Pine Ridge and Alder, Pine Ridge Road and Alder Drive. The vehicle had an inoperable tag light.
And when you observed that, was that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am. Forest Park specifically.
And after you observed the tag light being out, what did you do?
I conducted a traffic stop, used my emergency lights and siren.
And were you able to make contact with the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you identify the driver?
I asked him for his license. He said he didn't have it on him. He provided me the name of Jose Lopez and a birth date of 10/20/95. When I ran him, he didn't return through DDS. However, a warrant did come back for a Escobedo subject, and Jose Lopez in that same birthday was listed as an alias. I was able to contact Gwinnett County and get a booking photo from them, and for that individual that was wanted, and it matched the individual I was speaking with.
And when you got a booking photo from Gwinnett County, what did it list his identifying information as?
It listed the same birthday that he gave me, just a year off. It also listed his scars and tattoos, which matched the individual I was talking to. It even said his birthplace was Chicago, and the driver I was talking to actually said he was born in Chicago.
And when you said it was a year off, so you mean their information listed it as October 20th, 1994?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you were able to confirm identity, what did you do?
I asked him if I could search the vehicle. Well, prior to actually finally identifying him, I asked him if I could search the vehicle, which he granted me permission. During that search, I located an open container and a firearm. He was actually charged with the open container.
That warrant got dismissed, so,
Okay.
or denied, I would say, at least. And at the end of your traffic stop, did you decide to place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you decide to arrest him for?
He was taken into custody for the warrant. Also, open container, tag light violation, giving a false name, and driving while unlicensed.
And why did you decide to arrest him for the driving while unlicensed tag light violation and giving false name?
He was listed actually as being unlicensed once I put his real name in, the Escobedo name. So he was charged with driving unlicensed. The open container came from the consent search that he granted. There was an open container in there. It was still cold to touch. It was half full. And it was still in the lunge area.
And do you see on the Zoom platform today the man that you saw operating the vehicle with the inoperable tag light that was driving while unlicensed and gave you a false name?
He is on the Zoom square labeled Clayton County Jail in the orange jumpsuit.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All righty. Ross?
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
The tag light, how did you first notice the tag light was out?
I was actually behind the vehicle. There was no light illuminating the license plate.
And at that time, were your headlights on?
Yes.
Were your headlights shining on the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you able to discern that a light was off if your light was shining on the rear of the vehicle?
Because you can see when there's a light above the license plate.
I see.
And it was not operable.
Okay. And so the name of Escobedo, you originally ran him through GCIC. And Jose Lopez did not come back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As far as Escobedo goes, did you run Escobedo through GCIC as well?
Yes.
And what was the result on that?
He returned unlicensed.
Was that similar to what was run, the response that you got when you ran Lopez?
When I ran Lopez, I didn't get any return, which means it don't exist. Because I asked him what state it was. I ran him out of Georgia, which is the state he told me that he had a license in. It didn't return. So I even ran him through Illinois because he said he was from Chicago. I didn't get anything from there either.
I see. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any redirect,
No, Your Honor.
closing arguments?
It would just waive its right to open and reserve its right to close.
All right, Attorney Moore?
We would submit, Your Honor.
All right, based on the evidence submitted, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to find over all three cases to the Clayton County State Court. That's the order of the court. All right, and so who we gonna do? Deputy, he's free to go. Who
Thank
we
you, Your
doing
Honor.
next? Thank you.
Can we do, I believe Officer Kenneth Cox also has conflict coming up, so can we do Ryan Ross? Wait, no, that was sent to felony prelim, never mind. Did that. Officer Cox, you're free to go.
So now we're gonna just go in order.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. Just confirming I'm free to go.
Yes, sir, that case, it was a second in battery family violence, so it's been sent to the felony preliminary hearings.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty, and so we dealt with that was Sergeant Arnold earlier?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna do Devon Allen. Deputy, if you can get Devon Allen.
Your Honor, Devon Allen is a housing unit 3, and he is not here, Your Honor.
Y'all don't have him?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can you grab him while we do another hearing? Can you grab him?
We were looking for Your Honor, because Devon Allen is not here.
You mean he's not in the jail at all, or he's?
No, ma'am, he's in jail. He's in housing unit 3, ma'am. He is in a disciplinary unit.
Okay, but he needs to come down for his hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, and then Aryan Alves, Alves, what's the announcement on that one? You said you announced hold?
Officer Sanders, are you on? The state would request, I believe it's the first time on a one-time reset. I'm not sure where Officer Sanders is at the moment.
And what's the state's response? What's the state's response?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the defense attorney said.
Me either.
I have no
Oh,
idea.
I didn't say anything here.
I said, what is your response to the state's request for a continuance?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear that. Of course, we'd object with the officer not being present. They're asking for a continuance on Alves.
Yes.
Yeah, Your Honor, and actually, this is the second time the officer's not
Listen, but we gotta go up to Charlie Ford.
Okay.
Your Honor, this
Is that right, counsel?
Where is Boo? He's over there. Look at
I am not entirely sure. I can look it up.
He's a
honestly.
9. He's a 9. You said Charlie Ford?
Okay, deputy, can you mute your device, please?
You want me to mute my device?
No, the deputy, you heard
Oh, okay.
some of that background noise. And so, Attorney Lane, you said this was the second time this has been on the calendar? I think Attorney Lane is now frozen.
Your Honor, he's frozen, but I have access to his file. Alviz, I'm showing that he was set on March 5th and then reset to today. He was originally set on March 5th and then reset for today because the officer was not present and we weren't sure where he was.
Okay, so based upon, so this is the second time that this officer has not appeared, I will go ahead and dismiss that charge.
Sorry, Your Honor, I don't know what happened just there. I completely got knocked out of the Zoom meeting and then automatically logged back in.
So I'm gonna dismiss that charge. I'm gonna, Alves, as this is the second time the officer failed to appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was the first day that the officer failed to appear?
March 5th, Your Honor, last week.
Your Honor,
Mhm.
can we go into a breakout room
I'm sorry?
regarding this particular defendant?
Wait a minute, say that again?
Can we go into a breakout room regarding this defendant?
Okay, hold on. Who go in a breakout room?
This is your JA, Yate.
No, but I'm saying, who do you want to go in the breakout room?
Just you and myself.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so. Okay, so do you have your name on here or do you just have judicial assistant?
Judicial assistant.
Okay, so yeah, I see where Kim has judicial assistant plus her name, if you could do that for me. And then I will be joining room one. Just hold tight, guys, one moment. Luke, who are we doing next?
The next one in alphabetical order is Melton Bailey. That officer has not logged on yet, and I've looked at the file in CPA. It does appear to be the first time on for this, so the state would request a one-time reset.
And Your Honor, of course, we'd object, for the record, he's been in jail since January 30th and would request the dismissal since the officer's not here to testify.
And this is on Bailey.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's been in jail since when?
January 30th.
And this is the first time he's on the calendar?
I do believe so.
That can't be right. From January? Can we confirm that? Can we confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor, confirming now. Yes, that is confirmed, Your Honor. Yes, it is confirmed that he was put on the calendar for 3/12/2024 from first appearance on 1/30/2024.
And so, I don't see his. Do you see what page his paperwork is on?
One moment, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I don't see where he has a bond either. If we could maybe get him a bond, it looks like that was denied. I don't know why.
Your Honor, page 14, part 1.
Page 14. I don't see it. My page 14 has Melton Bailey. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what we're looking at, right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, no bond denied. What does his history look like? Let's see.
Your Honor, it looks like the bond was denied on a 17-10-1. Probation.
He has a DUI from Atlanta that he pled to this year. Like earlier this year.
Right, but let me,
Or I'm sorry, not this year, maybe last year. Well, this year
Yeah.
and last year.
Now, he does have a battery conviction already.
He does, but it's not family violence, it's just regular battery. So
Just regular
unless
battery.
it's the same victim, it wouldn't send it up. And I don't know if that previous battery is the same victim or not.
It doesn't say family violence, he just says battery.
That's correct.
And that was in when though? That was in 2013. And so I'm not gonna keep him at a no bond status for sure. Does the state have any input on what I should consider for bond on this individual, on Mr. Bailey?
The state would, based on his criminal history and what appears to be some out-of-state history, request at least a $5,000 bond with the condition of staying away from this victim, whose name is, give me one second. Veronique Morris, and staying away from the place of residence, which is 5790 Highway Apartment 85 or Highway 85 Apartment 205 in Riverdale, Georgia.
All right, so you said 5,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Response, Attorney Lane?
Your Honor, just from what I understand and what I've heard, I would request something along the lines about half of that, more in the area of $2,500. Just given the amount of time he's already been in jail for 6 weeks, and you know, the DUIs are nonviolent crimes, limited history.
He has a slew of out-of-state domestic assault history and failure to appear.
He has a history of failure to, how many failure to appears does he have?
Let's see. This is from, let's see. There's one.
I don't see any failure to appear.
His failure to appear was out of Virginia. So when I said I somewhat misspoke, he has one failure to appear out of Virginia, and the rest of his domestic assault and kind of violent crimes are out of, it looks to be, Virginia.
All righty, so I'll be willing to do $3,000 on Mr. Bailey. His primarily due to the amount of time he's been in jail. And so, Attorney Lane, are you going to compose that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Will it
So,
also
yeah.
come with the conditions to stay away from Miss Veronique, I forgot her name, Miss Veronique Morris in that apartment?
And so are we going to do a waiver on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's gonna be a waiver and a $3,000 bond with those conditions. And go ahead and, Ms. Payne, if you would go ahead and give him the name of the person and the correct spelling.
Yes, the spelling of it is V as in Victor, E as in Echo, R as in Romeo, O as in October, N as in Nancy, I as in Indigo, Q as in Quiet, U as in Umbrella, and E as in Echo. And her last name is Morris, spelled the common way. And do you need the address again?
Is it in the report?
It is.
Okay, I can just pull it there.
Okay.
All right, and so. Okay, we get that one. And now Dwayne Blue. So the officer on Bailey, if you don't have anything else, you're free to go. And so Dwayne Blue,
That would be Officer Moriarty. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correct, but the state is ready on that.
and so you sure he's on, the officer?
Yes.
Officer? Okay,
He
all
was
right,
on.
if we can get deputy, if we can get, is that Mr. Blue?
This is Mr. Blue, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Mr. Bailey, is he free to go back to his cell, ma'am? Melton Bailey?
Yes, because we have to continue him to a felony calendar.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay,
what
happened?
And Officer Moriarty is on. I'm not sure if, yeah. State's ready.
Mhm. All right, and so Mr. Blue has the criminal trespass and the battery family violence. Is that the only two he has?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So now calling the matter of State of Georgia versus Dwayne Blue, charged in warrant number 2024 WA 02103, criminal trespass, and 2024 WA 02104, simple battery family violence, representing the state. Ms. Payne representing the defendant. This is going to be you, Attorney Lane, right? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Payne, your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Moriarty to the stand. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Me, Officer London Moriarty with the City of Forest Park Police Department.
And how long have you worked there, sir?
2 years.
And did you work there on February 14th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
Yes, ma'am, in reference to a disturbance.
Where did you respond to, sir?
4293 Sierra Drive, Forest Park, Georgia, within Clayton County.
And what did you observe when you arrived there, sir?
When I first arrived on scene, I observed the front door of 4293 Sierra Drive open and idle. And when I approached the residence, I heard a commotion coming from inside the residence.
And were you able to make contact with the people causing the commotion?
Yes, I was.
And who did you make contact with, sir?
I made contact with the defendant, Mr. Blue, and his brother, Mr. Antoine. My apologies. It would be Mr. Antoine Johnson, his brother.
And were you able to determine who called 911 and why?
Yes. So the individual that called 911 is actually the homeowner, my apologies, Miss Ashantis Jenkins, who during previous calls wished for Mr. Blue to be criminally trespassed from the location.
And when you got there, and were you able to determine why Mr. Johnson was arguing with Mr. Blue?
Yes, I was. My apologies. According to Mr. Antoine, Mr. Blue at one point lived at the location. However, he has not been staying there for quite some time. Recently, because of either an altercation or whatever issues he's having with his mother, he was criminally trespassed from the location. I believe it was because of his drug abuse, according to his mother. And when I initially arrived on scene, Mr. Antoine stated that Mr. Blue was banging on the door and the windows, stating that he wanted to come inside because he was cold and hungry. When he addressed Mr. Blue at the front door, he told Mr. Blue that he's not supposed to be there, and the only thing that he could offer was a blanket. It was at that point that Mr. Blue became aggressive towards Mr. Antoine and forced his way into the residence by pushing Mr. Antoine, causing him to fall back into the residence.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Crum.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Antoine Johnson, is he quite a bit bigger than Mr. Blue, or are they about the same size, or?
They're approximately around the same size.
Okay. And you'd mentioned the homeowner is their mother?
Yes.
Of the two brothers?
Yes, sir.
And she actually had invited Mr. Blue over previously and even recently to stay at the residence, correct?
For the night previously, yes.
Okay. And in fact, I guess there was some kind of dispute but then you guys were called out but couldn't do anything because it was late. It was learned that there was no trespassing, that in fact Mr. Blue had been invited by his mother to stay the evening, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And is she the mother is the sole owner of the property?
To my knowledge, yes. I do believe she mentioned that they rent the property. I'm unsure of the accuracy of that information as of right now. However, that was the last information that I received from her.
Okay. And there weren't any injuries that you noticed?
None visible that I could see.
Okay. And nobody received medical treatment?
No, they determined they did not need medical treatment.
Okay. And let's see there. And did you ever interview or get to talk to Mr. Blue to get his version of what had happened?
I attempted to, however, Mr. Blue would not say anything to officers on scene, both to myself and other officers that responded with me.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, closing arguments, Attorney Payne,
State would just waive its right to opening, reserve its right to close.
Attorney Lane.
Your Honor, just as to the trespass, just a brief argument. We've got the two brothers, both of them have stayed at this residence owned by the mother, and it's just unclear. Like I said, seems like we've had these ongoing brotherly disputes or history of it, and to the point where there's been confusion with the homeowner mother and both brothers on who was allowed to be there and when. And so just based on that, we'd argue that that cuts against any finding of probable cause, at least as to the trespass charge.
All
We'd
right,
ask for dismissal of that.
okay, Attorney Payne,
Yes, Your Honor, the state would allege that the officer actually testified to that there was a criminal trespass warning that was issued to Mr. Blue previously and was still active, that the homeowner actually called saying that he should not be there, and the brother confirmed that he should not be there and was not invited over. So the state would allege that there is probable cause for the criminal trespass and obviously for the simple battery, and that he did push Mr. Antoine Johnson. And would ask that you bind it up to state court.
all right. All right, based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind the case over, both charges over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. All righty, what about bugs? Are we ready on bugs?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be Officer Germel.
All right, Deputy, if you can, we're done with Mr. Blue. If we can get Mr. Bugs, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm. All right, so is that Mr. Bugs? And Mr. Bugs has how many charges?
He has two. Criminal trespass and panhandling. And Your Honor, after Mr. Bugs, can we do Taria McCoy? Our officer has to get back on duty, is what he said.
All righty. All righty. Do we have everybody's ready to proceed? All right, calling the matter of State of Georgia versus Tyrone Bugs. criminal trespass 2024 WA0986 and improper solicitation of money 2024 01987. Representing the state, Attorney Payne. Representing the defendant is Attorney Lane. Your witness, Attorney Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Officer Germel to the stand.
Mr. Germain,
I'm sorry, what did you say your name was?
Pierre Germain.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And where do you work at, sir?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
How long have you worked there, sir?
Nearly 20 years.
And did you work there back on February 9th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post-certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And pursuant to your duties, were you patrolling the North Terminal Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you come in contact with the defendant on that parkway?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And is that parkway in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And what drew your attention to the defendant that day, sir?
Mr. Buggs had a sign standing by door LN1 on the lower level of North Terminal, soliciting money.
You said he had a sign begging for money? Is that what
Yes,
you
a
said?
sign, lifting a sign asking for money.
Okay. And were you able to confirm whether the defendant had been issued a criminal trespass warning previously from that location?
That's correct. He had received a criminal trespass warning on January the 1st. And I also have the case number for you if you need.
And when you say January 1st, you mean January 1st of this year? So January 1st, 2024?
That's correct. That's correct.
And when you made contact with the defendant, did he make any statements to you?
When he saw me, he attempted to fold the sign and put it on his bag. And I told him, you already had a criminal trespass warning for doing the same thing. And he denied that, of course. And then we located the precinct, and I got the file of a trespass warning that he has received earlier.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Cross.
Good morning, officer.
Morning, sir.
The sign, what did the sign say?
There's a copy of it attached to the report. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay.
Soliciting money.
Help,
yes.
please.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't see a copy of it attached. I did see in the fine print here. It looks like that's what was itemized as help, please.
That's correct, sir. Something
Okay.
That's what, yes.
Okay. Was he actively going up to people and shaking them down for money and being aggressive?
No.
Okay.
However, the location where he was is close, very close to people passing by. Costing them,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't approach anybody?
No.
Okay. All right. And when you're speaking with him, how did it seem? Did it seem like mentally that he was there and able to understand your commands, that he was lucid?
And he understood me. I was clear on what I said. He understood me, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, closing arguments.
The state would waive its right to opening and just reserve the right to close.
Attorney Lane.
Just briefly, Your Honor, as to the solicitation, the sign that Mr. Buggs had just saying help, please. This isn't an aggressive solicitation or panhandling going up to folks and aggressively asking them for money. It's just simply a vague small sign, 2 words, help, please. So just based on that, we'd say that cuts against any finding of probable cause, at least as to the solicitation of money charge.
All righty. Attorney Payne.
The state would contend that the statute does not require it being aggressive panhandling. It just requires that you are soliciting money from passengers and on the sign in a public place. And at this point, the officer did testify too that he was in the North Terminal Parkway where he was not even supposed to be, where passengers were exiting and departing from, and had a sign that said "Help Please," which does solicit in common sense, which would be soliciting money there. The state would contend there is probable cause to find it up for panhandling, the illegal solicitation of money, and criminal trespass.
All right, based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind both charges over to the State Court of Clayton County. That's the order of the courts. And so who did you say next you wanted to do next, counsel?
Aron McCoy, it's position number 33 on mine.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
You said McCoy?
Yes, ma'am.
Taria McCoy?
Taria McCoy on the way, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, you want Mr. Devon Allen? He's right here.
Yeah, he get one. I told him he get one.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll do him next. We'll do Mr. Allen next.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is right. All right, so that's Taria McCoy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me get Ms. McCoy. I'm sorry.
Taria McCoy.
Yes, I was just about to say that's a female, but that was a male we're looking at.
Right. And after this case, who are we going to do? Mr. Allen.
Right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is Ms. McCoy right here.
All right.
Right here, Ms. McCoy. This is Ms. McCoy, Your Honor. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. All righty. So now calling the matter of State of Georgia versus Taria McCoy, charged in warrant number 2024 WA 71731 as battery family violence, and 2024 WA 71732 simple assault family violence. Attorney Payne, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Officer Vanderpool to the stand. Officer Vanderpool, can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name, please?
Richard Vanderpool,
And where do you work, sir?
Clayton County PDs.
How long have you worked there?
Just under 13 years.
Did you work there back on February 6th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to, sir?
Give me a second. Location is 852 Garden Walk Boulevard, apartment, building C, apartment 4.
And is that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you make contact with when you got there?
I first made contact with I can't pronounce her first name. Davis.
Jacinda?
Jacinda. There you go.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She was advising me that her daughter came to the house about 6 o'clock in the morning, approximate, and started fussing at her. It eventually the fussing led to both of them fussing at each other, and Miss McCoy ended up striking Davis, causing a visible injury to a forehead area.
And just to be clear, Miss McCoy is Miss Davis's daughter.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And what happened after she struck Miss Davis, causing injury to her forehead?
Apparently, Miss McCoy went in the kitchen and picked up a knife. As far as Davis advised, she didn't make no threats to charge at her or to hurt her with the knife, but she did pick up a knife, and Davis thought that was a possible threat to her.
Okay. And did Miss Davis feel threatened enough to think that she had to wrestle the knife away from Miss McCoy?
Eventually, she wrestled the knife away from her, and ended up putting it up so she won't obtain it. Miss McCoy won't be able to obtain it again. After that, Davis tried to separate themselves by going outside to let things cool off, and at some point McCoy followed her out and then tried to attempt to strike up another physical assault.
Okay. And were you able to make contact with Miss McCoy that day too?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you notice about her? What odor did you notice about her when you made contact with her?
When I first she was sitting in her vehicle right outside the building. I guess the seat was laid back, like I guess in trying to take a nap position. When she opened the door, you could smell odor of alcoholic beverage emanating from the vehicle. When I asked her at some point, when I asked her about it, she says, yeah, she did was having drinks earlier that morning with her friend over in her friend's residence.
And did you see any injuries on Miss McCoy?
I didn't see any, and I don't believe she pointed any out to me at that time.
Okay. And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today who hit Miss Davis in the face, causing injury, and raised a knife at her?
I saw her earlier. Maybe I'm on the screen, but I'm only seeing you right now on the screen. Am I supposed to pan somewhere?
I think you have to like swipe left or something.
Okay. When I pan, she's in a green jumper.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no further questions.
Okay.
Right, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
To be clear, the situation involving the knife, my client never in any way threatened her mother with a knife. Is that correct to say?
Correct. According to what Davis advised.
Gotcha. And for that matter, Ms. McCoy never admitted to threatening her with a knife in any way, correct?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Okay. In your opinion, obviously you arrested her for battery. Could you give just a very brief synopsis? What was the arrest? What facts of this case made you arrest her for assault as well?
Well, based off of, I believe alcohol was involved. I don't think Miss McCoy was probably in a right state of mind due to the possible alcohol. So I believe that probably played a part in why she came into the residence a little bit angry at Davis. And once they both did admit that they was fussing at each other. McCoy said that Davis hit her first, but like I said, Davis is the one who have the injuries, which makes her the predominant aggressor in this matter.
Right. I understand that. And obviously, I think you testified regarding the battery. As far as acts taken, things that were done, what in particular, as far as, on the part of Miss McCoy, led to the assault charge? What did she do to get the assault charge?
The assault charge is basically the simple assault by brandishing the knife. Yes, I'm not able to actually prove that she had the knife in her hand, but being that Davis did write a written statement, advising that this is what occurred, that's what she ended up getting charged with also.
Right. But she never moved the knife in any way towards Miss Davis, correct?
Correct.
And when she had the knife, she did not in any way move towards Miss Davis. Her body didn't move towards Miss Davis at that particular time. Is that correct?
I can't say for sure, but at some point, Davis felt threatened enough that she had to wrestle the knife away. So at some point, they were in close proximity to each other with the knife in hand.
Right, but she didn't ever threaten her with the knife, correct?
She never verbally threatened her with the knife.
And Miss Davis never specifically outlined to you obviously they came together, as you were just saying just a moment ago. However, she never stated any movements or swinging of the knife or anything like that towards her. Is that correct?
Davis never advised me on that, no.
Okay. Thank you, officer. No further questions.
Okay.
And one question. So does Ms. McCoy, does she not have a bond on these cases? On these charges?
She should, Your Honor. She does.
Because generally the bond amount will be on our calendar, and I see them for everybody else, but I don't see it on Ms. McCoy.
Yes, I have an order for bond in mind that says it's $2,500 for the battery family violence and $1,500 for the simple assault family violence, along with staying away from Ms. Davis and not going back to the Garden Walk Boulevard location.
That's what I have as well, Your Honor.
And when did she come into custody?
I believe she came into custody on February 6th. So the day of the incident.
She came in on the 6th.
May I ask some redirect questions, though, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Officer Vanderpool,
Yes,
speaking with Ms. Davis, did she relay that she was scared of what Miss McCoy might do with the knife?
Actually, I have a report, but I'm gonna have to go to that. Based off my report, it doesn't state that. It didn't state that.
Right. Did she relay that Miss McCoy picked up the knife in the middle of a fight?
Correct. After the tussle, that's when Miss McCoy went and got the knife.
And you testified to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and had it in her hand.
And you testified to that Miss Davis felt the need to wrestle the knife away from Miss McCoy,
Right.
indicating that you may have been scared what would happen with it.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Is that all, Attorney Payne?
Yes, Your Honor.
Closing arguments?
Would just waive its right to opening and reserve its right to close.
Attorney Moore?
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, with regard to the assault, let's submit that the officer has not provided testimony that would provide a probable cause basis to arrest her for assault. OCG 16520, person commits simple assault if you attempt to commit a violent injury to another person or commits an act placing the other person in reasonable apprehension of immediately receiving a violent injury. The officer outlined a situation in which my client, after whatever tussle occurred between the two of them, retreats to the kitchen, grabs a knife, and takes no further action. No step forward, no movement with the knife, no threat with the knife, no statements with the knife, simply standing there. And without some sort of movement, statement, overt act that would be the actual body of the crime, without that, there cannot be an assault. She would have to have moved towards her, said something to her, in some way done something to make her apprehend an immediate violent injury. That did not occur here. She simply held the knife. And so because of that, Your Honor, there is no probable cause or basis for an assault charge, and thus I would request that that charge be dismissed. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Payne?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would contend that we have met our burden to bind both the battery family violence and the simple assault family violence up for probable up to state court based on probable cause. The battery family violence is clear in that the officer testified that Ms. Jacinda Davis did have a visible injury to her forehead caused by the defendant hitting her in the face. And then he testified to that after she hit her in the face and in the middle of them still tussling in that, the defendant grabbed a knife and picked it up and brandished it towards the victim, so much so that Ms. Davis felt the necessity to wrestle the knife away from her. There does not necessarily need to be an overt act of her stepping forward. The officer actually testified he doesn't know whether she did or not, does not remember what Ms. Davis said about that. And OCGA 16520D just requires a reasonable fear of receiving that violent injury. And the state would contend that in the middle of a heated argument where you just got slapped in the face and you immediately grab a knife, that is a reasonable fear of you using that knife and receiving a violent injury. The state would ask that you bind it up.
I am finding sufficient probable cause to bind this case over, but I do want to look at, since she's been in for so long, look at reducing her bond. I know you said 25 and 15. Is there a reason why we should not reduce her bond so that she can get out of jail?
Yes, her bond amount originally granted was 25 2,500 for the battery, and the simple assault was 1,500.
Is there any reason why I should not reduce it? He's been sitting in jail since February, early February.
Diabetes, prostate cancer, hypertension.
Since February the 6th.
This is her first violent crime. She has multiple probation violations while being on first offender probation for forgery in Henry County back from 2007, and the state would just contend that the act of her grabbing a knife in the middle of an argument denotes that the bond amount is justified in what it is. And what I said, it stay at that amount. And she can post that amount.
Well, obviously she cannot post that amount. And she's been in there close to 6 weeks. Can you ask Attorney Moore, can you ask your client if I reduce the bond, she thinks she can make any amount if I reduce it? Let's just say if I reduce it to 2 or 3, will she be able to make a bond?
Your Honor, if I may, can I just have her speak to the court on that issue?
Okay.
Right now?
Yes.
Ms. McCoy, you can hear us, right?
But we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Deputy, would you please unmute her just so she could answer us regarding the bond issue? Did you hear the judge's question, Ms. McCoy?
I did.
Okay, great. How could you make bond if we lowered it some?
I can't make, but for one, I don't have a job anymore. I'm the only one I have 4 kids. I don't have no family, no mom, no dad, no nothing. Now, since I've been sitting here, I lost my job and everything. I don't have nothing. I don't have no one to even bum me out. I have no money. I have 2 checks that's sitting at my job and I can't even get those. I have no one to contact. I haven't been able to contact anyone since I've been here. I didn't get no numbers out my phone or nothing. I have nothing. This lady is lying on me and got me sent to jail for
Ms. McCoy, hey, do me a favor, just because, listen,
I
can't
have
be
nothing.
talking. Listen, you can't be talking about the facts of the case. We're on the record here. I just wanted to put you bond because we're talking about possibly reducing that for you. Okay, thank you.
I don't have no money.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Okay. And so, Ms. McCoy, if you were to make bond, where would you go? Where would you live?
I don't have anywhere to live. I am homeless.
Where are your kids?
My kids are with my mom. She has my kids. I have 4 kids. For one, the reason I was going through what I was going through, me and her did not have an altercation.
Ms. McCoy.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be mean to you. We can't be talking about that on the record right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. All right. So, well, so Ms. McCoy is saying that there's no opportunity for her to, it doesn't matter what the bond amount is, she won't have that amount, so. All righty. I do find it sufficient probable cause to bind over these charges to the state court of Clayton County. That is the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCoy will be to see you soon to talk about your next court date very soon.
Okay.
And who are we doing next?
I thought you said you wanted to do Devon Allen.
All right, can you bring Mr. Allen? We got to speed this up.
Cunningham has
Mari, telephone for you.
Oh, so he's just back to it.
Can I use some of this? Good job.
Courageous telephone. Mari, telephone for you.
Oh, okay, get ready, huh?
Johnson? What court? Oh, yeah.
All right, and so is that Mr. Allen, right?
I'm gonna take on that.
Yeah.
You mute your device, deputy? All right, so now calling the matter of state of Georgia versus Devon Allen, charged in warrant number 2024 W871838.
I don't like that.
Deputy? Deputy, can you mute the device?
No. Oh, come on. Go to have a seat. Have a seat. Off the window.
Deputy?
All right, so it's 2024 W871838 and 2024 W871839. Death by shoplifting and cruelty to children. Attorney Payne, your witness. No, I'm sorry, the cruelty to children was dismissed, so it's only the theft by shoplifting.
Yes,
You can also mute their device as well.
Call Officer Caller to the stand.
Hold on, let me see if I can. There we go. All righty.
Officer McCullough, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Detective Tyrone McCullough,
And where do you work, sir?
Clayton County Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
about 7 years.
Did you work there back on February 7th of this year?
Yes,
Were you on duty that day?
yes,
Were you post certified?
yes,
And did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
yes.
And where did you respond, sir?
1705, Highway 138, reference to a shoplifting.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes,
I'm sorry. And when you got there, did you make contact with Miss Felicia Burkett?
yes,
Was she the clerk of the Dollar General?
she was.
What did she report to you?
That 4 individuals came in the store and stole several items. Went in the parking lot, caused a disturbance, and I left in the U-Haul truck.
Yeah. And were y'all able to identify?
Hold on one second. So he doesn't have a criminal history at all. Am I correct?
Um,
Wait a minute, I see something out of Milwaukee, but it was dismissed.
he has a pending theft by shoplifting felony from Fulton County from January 20th of this year.
Okay. Okay, we couldn't entertain bond on this one? And for a waiver?
And Your Honor, if we could, I'd certainly be in favor for that. If it
Well,
looks like,
UJR is what I'm asking, because he has a $1,500 bond that he got February the 8th.
The state would object to UJR just because he does have that pending felony theft by shoplifting from Fulton County that was just not even a month before, like 2 or 3 weeks prior.
and Judge, I would have included him in my UJR list, but haven't been appointed yet. I think this was originally sent over to the Public Defender's Office, but if the court would appoint Lister Holton Dennis, certainly, we'd be in favor for a UJR bond in exchange for a waiver.
All right, so the other theft charge is not a conviction. I'm gonna UJR it, Mr. Allen, and if you can send a waiver. Attorney Lane,
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
who's next? And Yata, if you could please compose that UJR.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, who's next?
The next one should be Thomas Holter.
What's the name?
Coulter, Coulter.
Oh, Ms. Coulter, okay, all righty. Can we get Thomas Coulter, please?
Your Honor, Thomas Coulter is on his way up right now, Jim. Get him out of the cell.
Until we can get you over here so you can get back over there. You understand me? Have a seat.
Come on down, Mr. Thomas. Your Honor, this is Mr. Coulter.
All righty.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. What is Mr. Coulter's criminal history?
This is his first offense.
I'm sorry?
This is his first offense, but it's a battery family violence, so it can't be an unsecured bond.
And so how much is his bond currently?
3,000. It looked like they originally wrote him 5,000 and then lowered it to 3,000.
All right, so counsel, Ms. Payne, would you be willing to do a $1,500 bond exchange for a waiver?
The state's actually been in contact with this victim and she is significantly afraid of him and is afraid of him getting back in possession of his weapon, what it might do to, what he might come and do to her. So the state would not consent to a $1,500 or $1,050 bond.
Okay, all righty. All right, so go ahead and proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Officer Thomas to the stand. Officer Thomas, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Officer Dante Thomas, Clayton County Police Department.
And how long have you worked with Clayton County, sir?
Close to 5 years.
You said 5 years?
Close to 5 years.
Did you work there back on February 11th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to 1970 Panuga Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you make contact with when you got there?
The victim, Miss Hatcher.
And what did she tell you?
She stated that her and the offender that live in the same house stated that they got into a verbal altercation over a trash can. Stated that the offender got outraged. They started exchanging words. She stated that the offender open hand slapped her on the right side of her face, causing a visible scratch mark on her neck.
And did she also tell you that her son-in-law and daughter had to get the defendant off of her?
What they did, one of them did. The son-in-law did.
And did you make contact with the defendant that day?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He stated they got into a verbal altercation about the trash can. He stated that they were arguing. She was pointing her finger at him. He moved it out the way. And after that, I asked him about the injury to her neck. He said that he didn't know. She must have done it herself.
But you said you also made contact with the son-in-law and the daughter?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
That's fine. And what did they tell you?
They only said that they were trying to get him off. Multiple people that was there for the Super Bowl party stated that they were trying to get him off of her from hitting her.
And the defendant wasn't willing to stop hitting her?
He stated that he didn't touch her.
Oh, no, my question was more of the independent witnesses stated to you that they had to forcefully take him off of her. He wasn't willing to stop hitting her on her own?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that you observed a visible scratch on Miss Hatcher's neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Cross.
Hey, good afternoon, officer.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, pretty good. You said they were all at a Super Bowl party?
Yes, sir.
Was the alleged victim here, was she intoxicated?
No, sir. I didn't smell a beverage, alcoholic beverage on the breath.
Did you see any alcoholic beverages inside the residence?
No, sir. All I saw was Coca-Cola products.
Okay. And the witnesses that you spoke with, did you smell any alcohol on their breath?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Or did they all appear to be lucid and coherent?
Yes, sir, that's correct. They were still preparing for the party.
Okay. And that you said that Mr. Coulter denies touching the alleged victim here, Miss Hatcher?
Yes, sir. Only thing he stated was that he just moved her hand out of the way.
Okay. And did she get any medical treatment?
No, sir. I asked her would she like to be seen by medical unit. She denied.
Okay. Did she have any marks on her face?
No, sir, it was on her neck.
Okay, and what again was that? Was it a little scratch mark?
It was a small scratch mark.
Okay, so no medical treatment was sought.
No, sir.
Did you even bother taking a picture of the neck or
I took a
face or
picture. I attached it to a report. It's a small scratch mark.
Okay. And so it is possible she did that to herself?
That may be the case, but I honestly have no idea if she done it herself because she stated that she was slapped on the right side, which that scratch mark is on the right side of her neck.
Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, closing arguments, go ahead, Attorney Lane.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, it's a classic case of self-defense. My client was having a finger pointed in his face. He was afraid that he might get poked in the eye. He removed the finger out of the face in self-defense. In doing that, he denies any other action against the alleged victim in this case. And so just based on that, we request that that cuts against any finding of probable cause for battery family violence.
All righty, go ahead, Ms. Payne.
Yes, the state would contend that we have met the burden of finding it up to state court based on probable cause. The officer testified to the fact that he met with Ms. Hatcher, who stated that the defendant did slap her in the face or slap her in the face with and then kept hitting her and caused a scratch mark to her neck. He testified to that he spoke with multiple witnesses there that were there for the Super Bowl party who actually did see the defendant keep hitting her and actually had to pull the defendant off of Ms. Hatcher. So the state would ask that it be bound up to state court.
All right, based upon the evidence presented, I do find there is sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. All righty, and so Dupaton, Reginald, we held on that one. What's the status on that one? That one and Favors. Attorney Payne, you getting that information for me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I was on mute. I responded, I didn't realize I was on mute. The state is ready on Dupaton. On Favors, they would request a reset. The officer listed is the wrong officer. It really should have been Officer Holbrook, and we have reached out to her, but have yet to make contact with her.
Is this what's his arrest date?
January 28th of this year.
And Your Honor, Mr. Favors was continued last week as well. The officer was a no-show and didn't bother to provide an excuse to the court. of why they weren't here last week, and here we are again. They're not present again. So based on that, we'd ask for a dismissal.
All right, I'm gonna dismiss favors for warrant of prosecution. And so we're ready on Mr. Dupenton.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Mr. Favors had 3 charges.
Yes, that's what I'm
Yes,
saying.
correct.
Okay, Deputy, can you get Mr. Dupenton, please?
Who was that again, Your Honor? I'm sorry about that, ma'am.
Dupenton.
Oh, the Denton's not down here.
Oh, Your Honor, Denton has not made it down here, man.
Okay.
Denton, I'm sorry, man. What's his name?
Did you say Denton or Pitton?
Dupenton.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on 1 second, ma'am.
Okay.
They messing up.
And who else? Who can we do next? Miss Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is ready on Gregory Foster.
Do you have Mr. Foster handy, Deputy?
Lies. What's your name? Dupenton.
Yeah, that's him, Mr. Duke. Your Honor, Mr. Duke. Right here. 5B5. That's you, Mr. Duke. Ma'am.
Yes.
This Mr. Dupin, Your Honor.
Nancy, can you please try to identify for me what page Mr. Dupenton's case is on?
Yes, Your Honor.
All righty. While she's doing that, let me go ahead and call the case. And this is State of Georgia versus Reginald Dupenton. And that's 2024 WA 72066. That's on the 1 charge. Okay. All righty. Go ahead, Ms. Payne, and make your case.
The state would call Officer James McGriff to the stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Officer McGriff, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I do.
Okay. Can you just try to speak up, please? Your volume is coming in somewhat low on my end, at least.
Gotcha.
Can you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Officer James McGriff for the Clayton County Police Department.
And how long have you worked with Clayton County, sir?
7 months.
7 months. Did you work there back on February 12th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post-certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
No, ma'am. Was I on duty?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to 7596 Sewanee Court?
Yeah, the original location was 2600 Old South Court. And the defendant informed us that he wanted us to travel to that location that you just stated.
Okay. And did he say why he wanted y'all to travel to the Sewanee Court location?
Yes, ma'am. So the original call came out to 2600 Old South Court because he did not want the individuals that he stated was torturing the 2 unidentified individuals to see him having police come to that location. So once we arrived at 2600 Old South Court, we observed, me and assisting officers observed Mr. Duperton walking up the street, up the driveway to the to inform us that he wanted us to travel to his actual incident location, which was Sewanee Court, 7596 Sewanee Court.
And are both of those locations in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you made contact with the defendant, can you tell us what exactly he told you in regards to what crime he wanted to report?
Yes, ma'am. Upon arrival, we were knocking at the 2600 Old South Court into the location, and Mr. Duperton came up behind us, whispering and yelling at us at the same time, saying, "Hey, I'm the one that called you all. I didn't want them seeing officers responding to that location. There's 2 individuals that are inside of 7596 Sewanee Court that are being tortured as of right now. They broke into my house. He didn't he didn't advise how many individuals it was, but he stated that they were being held hostage at the 7596 Sewanee Court location, and he wanted officers to get there to save who we later found out from Mr. Duperton was apparently his brother and his brother's girlfriend."
Yeah. And when you responded to the Sewanee Court location, what happened?
We traveled to the incident location with Mr. Duperton in the back of our patrol vehicle. We informed Mr. Duperton prior to leaving the original location that he called, stating that he wanted us to meet him at, that if this was a false report of a crime, it is an arrestable charge. He agreed and understood that that term. So we ended up traveling to the 7596 Sewanee Court, and as soon as he made visual contact towards the location, he became emotionally aroused. He said, "Look, they're looking out the window. You guys need to hurry up and get to the back before they all run out the back. They're probably in there torturing them right now. I need y'all inside to check in and see." And once we got to the location, we went to the front door. Assisting officers and myself stopped at the front door and again informed Mr. Duperton that it is an arrestable charge if you are reporting a false crime. And at that point, we made entry, searched the entire residence. Me and assisting officers began to search upstairs. Mr. Duperton remained at the front door. As we went upstairs, Mr. Duperton informed us that they're still inside. They're inside somewhere. We searched, I think it was approximately maybe 3 or 4 rooms upstairs. There was one room that was locked from the outside that we noticed. We couldn't make entry, and we asked Mr. Duperton whose room was that. He stated that was his brother's room, but his brother was out of town at this time. So we went back downstairs and informed him, okay, well, as of right now, we didn't make contact with anyone. And he stated that's the room that they're in. That's the room that my brother and his girlfriend has been tortured and been held hostage against their will. So at this point, we informed Mr. Duperton that we were going to place him in the vehicle so that we can continue the search. And we used force to make entry, checked under the bed, checked the entire room, went outside, and at this time, Mr. Duperton was placed under arrest.
And did you see any evidence in that house of anyone that could have been possibly kidnapped or tortured there at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you make contact with a Lieutenant Gailey who told you that he actually has a sister instead of a brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today that also reported the crime to you of kidnapping and torture?
Yes, ma'am.
Can-
In an orange jumpsuit or red.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, officer.
Afternoon.
And so when you say that Mr. Dupiton became emotionally, I guess in your report, you testified emotionally aroused. In your report, you say emotionally stimulated. Do you think he was having a mental health issue, like a schizophrenic and or bipolar episode at the time?
To be honest, it's undetermined because we did have a previous interaction with him. The date of that interaction is unknown, but he did travel to a hospital and sat down in the lobby. And per that interaction, he did not display any mental issues or anything to cause certain questions towards this incident. So as of right now, it's undetermined. I couldn't genuinely say.
Okay, but he certainly wasn't behaving normally, correct?
Correct. We even had to show him our body cams to let him know that we did search certain areas that he was stating in the back of the patrol vehicle.
Okay. And you all not only warned him once, but twice that he could be arrested if he keeps carrying on with these allegations of family being tortured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Closing arguments? Go ahead, Attorney Payne.
The state would just rest on the evidence presented.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Lane.
Your Honor, yeah, just briefly, we just argue that there was no mens rea for this false report of the crime. Seems that from the officer's testimony that Mr. Dupiton was having a mental health episode or issue, just based on his history, could have been a schizophrenic and or bipolar episode. He traveled to the hospital. He was emotionally stimulated, emotionally disturbed. And even after being warned not once but twice that he could be arrested if he kept going forward with this allegation that he could be arrested, he continued on with it. He was completely, at least in his mind, thought that family members were being tortured inside the residence. And so just based on that, we request that the charge be dismissed.
All right, so based upon the evidence presented, I do find there is sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. All righty. And Deputy, what is Mr. Dupiton's LE number?
Yes, ma'am. 088
Wait a minute, what is it now,
088 6104, Your Honor.
Ready? Foster, please.
Yes, ma'am. You get Mr. Foster. Gregory Foster. So.
All right, hold on one. Is this Mr. Foster?
Oh, Your Honor.
Sir,
Come on. We're going to Mr. Foster right now.
Okay, all right.
So you gonna go back to your house and that's where you
Right, Your Honor, may I be excused?
Your Honor. That was your only case, so you're good to go, Officer McGriff.
Sir, he can go back. Go. Hey. Tell him he can go.
Oh, you know.
Yes. Bye.
So man was saying that
go over there and get on the phone and talk to your lawyer or your public defender.
I don't know the number.
Yeah, look in the computer, ask the officers over there in your housing unit.
So the can be found out.
I don't know, ask your officer over there, they'll look it up for you.
B, can you mute your device?
Ask the deputies, the officers over there.
Oh, Your Honor, this is Mr. Foster.
And this is Mr. Gregory Foster.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, now calling the matter State of Georgia versus Gregory Foster, 2023 CW 52938, public indecency. Go ahead and make your case, Attorney Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Officer Jennifer Aguilar to stand. Officer Aguilar, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth? No, wait. Officer Aguilar, can you activate your camera and start your video, please? Officer Aguilar, okay. Thank you. Okay. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Jennifer Aguilar,
And where do you work, ma'am?
Plain County Police Department.
How long have you worked there, ma'am?
1 year and 8 months.
Did you work there back on May 3rd of last year?
I did.
Were you post-certified then?
I was.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to 269 Highway 139, Apartment 2006 in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you arrived there, did you make contact with a Miss Janesh Young?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Miss Young tell you?
She said that her ex-boyfriend and child's father, Gregory Foster, had uninvitedly arrived at her home and requested that she let him in. And she declined. And after she declined, he defecated and exposed himself in front of her front door. She caught some of that on the video.
On her Ring doorbell video or on cell phone camera?
On her cell phone camera.
Okay. And were you able to view part of that video?
Yes, ma'am. I attached it to the report.
Yeah. And did she then tell you that he pulled out his penis towards the main road of the apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am. There was a railing. She's on the second floor. She's on the second floor of the apartment building.
Okay. And did she also tell you that he had orders to stay away from her place?
Yes. She told me that they have previous domestic history and he had just been released from jail, and so they had a no contact order, but I could not verify.
And were you able to make contact with the defendant that day?
I could not.
But did you decide to take out arrest warrants for public indecency?
Yes, ma'am. I took out a warrant.
And why did you take out that warrant?
based on the video footage placing him at the location at the time just prior to my arrival, and the lewd exposure of his genitals out in the public, facing the main roadway of the public. It's an open alleyway. That gave me enough probable cause to obtain a warrant.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Cross?
Yeah, good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
And how were you able to identify Mr. Foster?
Through photo and identification through our GCIC and CIC.
Okay. Is this cell phone video and evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to see his face on the cell phone video?
Yes.
Okay. And have you how long did it take for you all to arrest him after that alleged incident?
I am not sure. I did not arrest him, I think. I just
Okay.
did
Have you ever? Oh, go ahead.
I obtained the initial report of that incident, but I'm not aware of when he was arrested.
Have you ever interviewed him since then?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anybody interviewed him since then?
I do not recall.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Closing?
It would just rest upon the evidence presented.
Your Honor, we submitted as well. This is one of the ones where we had offered a UGR in exchange for a waiver. So.
And why did the state object?
Well,
Based on
the
the
state
behavior?
objected based on the fact that of the facts of the case, that he had gone back there after he had just been released on family violence offenses, and that she didn't want him there, and he then just decided to publicly expose himself out of pain, and he has an extensive criminal history.
Okay, nope, you don't have to go any further. All right, so
Sorry.
I'm not gonna give him a UJR. I'm gonna just bind this case over to the State Court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. All righty, so where are we with Gray?
Gray. Sorry, I gotta get there in my calendar. We just need to get in contact with the officer to log back in. He had to respond to a call, and we can get him logged back on now.
Okay, well, go ahead and do that. What about Griffin, Malcolm Griffin? Can we do Griffin now while you get the other officer?
Griffin. Officer Spragley, I believe. Yes. Officer Spragley still logged on.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Going to get Mr. Griffin.
Yes, let's get Mr. Griffin. Oh.
Right, Mr. Griffin. No, ma'am. Your Honor, this is Mr. Griffin.
All right, is this Mr. Griffin?
Yes,
said
Your
yes?
Honor, Mr. Griffin.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm calling the matter of Malcolm Griffin, charged in warrant number 2024 WA 01883 and 2024 WA 01884, battery, family violence, and criminal trespass. Attorney Payne, go ahead and make your case.
Yes, ma'am. The state would call Officer Spragley to the stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Officer Spragley, Clayton County Police Department.
And how long have you worked with Clayton County, sir?
Going on 8 months now.
And did you work there back on February 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
No, ma'am. I was doing a general patrol of the area when we were waved down by the complainant, which I believe was a family friend of the witness and the defendant. His name was Alex Pelt.
And what area were you patrolling?
We were patrolling the Hunter Ridge Mobile Home Parks. I was with another officer when we were by the location. Where the incident happened at 762 Hunter Ridge Drive, Jonesboro, Georgia.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you make contact with when you got there?
We were waved down by Alex Pelt. He was at the incident location. We arrived, it was multiple people there. It was a commotion. What we saw was the victim, which was the defendant's brother, Marcel Griffin. He was brandishing a weapon in self-defense. Once he saw officers, he immediately dropped the weapon. And we saw the mother there along with the victim's girlfriend and also the defendant. What happened was a fight between both the defendant and the victim. It was over a iPhone 15 that the defendant did bought for the brother, which was the victim. They were there arguing about it. From what the victim said, it was given to him as a gift. They were there arguing. The defendant wanted the phone back. It turned to a physical altercation. A gunshot was let off. Both parties was fighting over the gun, which belonged to the victim. The victim brandished it as a self-defense tool. He didn't threaten to shoot the defendant nor anybody else. He pulled it out as self-defense, and both the defendant and the victim were fighting over it, and which caused the gun to discharge.
And did you see any visible injuries to Marcel Griffin?
Yes, the victim had a swollen eye. He also had cuts on his fingers and a scrape on his left eye. We called EMS to check him and the defendant out. The defendant had a scratch on his elbow, but other than that, that's all he had on him.
And did Mr. Marcel Griffin tell you that he got the swollen eye and the busted lip from Malcolm Griffin hitting him?
Yes, ma'am. Officers were there. We physically saw the two altercations. We detained both parties, both the victim and the defendant, for the time being. Released both, and we had EMS check them out. It was determined that the victim, Marcel Griffin, which is the defendant's brother, sustained multiple injuries, severe injuries to himself, and we made the arrest on the defendant, Marcel Griffin, for being the not Marcel Griffin, my fault, the defendant, Malcolm Griffin, for being the primary aggressor.
And how did you determine that he was the primary aggressor, sir?
Due to the injuries we witnessed on him, Marcel Griffin, the victim, sustained multiple injuries where his eye was swollen shut, had cuts to his hands from the concrete which they were fighting on and the ground, and he also had a huge scrape on his left eye. I attached pictures of his injuries in the report.
And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today that caused those visible injuries to Mr. Marcel Griffin?
Yes, ma'am. He's in the orange jumpsuit.
Right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Hey, good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
So you said that, I guess in your report here, you say that the witness told you that both of the brothers became aggressive towards each other, correct?
Yes, sir. They were arguing over a phone, which turned to a physical altercation between both parties.
Okay. And I don't see in the report where the witness testified or told you that my client, Mr. Griffin, was actually the initial aggressor. It just says that they both became aggressive towards each other, correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, we were waved down by the complainant, which was Alex Pelt. He waved us down. It was no call. We got there. Both parties were fighting. We had to separate both parties. Multiple people were out there along. So we separated both parties where, as officers were on scene, they continued to fight each other more and more.
Okay. And it was actually the alleged victim in this case that was the one who was brandishing the gun?
Yes, sir. The victim, his brother, Marcel Griffin, brandished it as a self-defense. He never threatened to shoot anyone. He took it out of his waistband as a form of self-defense to prevent anything from happening. And that's when both parties fought over the gun, which discharged, where myself and another officer were aware of the situation and saw Alex Pelt, the complainant, run down towards us and wave us down.
Okay. Who told you again, I'm going back to the witness though. How are you getting that he pulled the gun in self-defense? Because the witness statements, the neutral witness here saying that they just both of them became aggressive towards each other.
This was we made contact with both the witness and also the victim. The victim stated to officers that he did take it out as a self-defense to prevent him from escalating.
Okay. So it was the alleged victim who was saying this, not the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
And officer, did you also, or sorry, may I ask a redirect, Your Honor?
I don't think she heard you.
She was muted, so.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Officer, did you, at the end of your investigation, did you decide to arrest the defendant for battery, family violence, and criminal trespass?
Yes, I arrested him for criminal trespass, and I explained to the victim that once he has given a property, which was the iPhone 15, towards the victim as a gift, he cannot forcefully take it back because it was a gift given from him to his brother. And the phone fell out during the fight and altercation.
And your testimony is that he took it during the altercation and wouldn't give it back to Mr. Marcel?
Yes, our officer had to go and retrieve the item from him to give it back to the victim.
And thank you, Senator, for the question.
You said no further questions?
Correct, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, closing arguments. Go ahead, Ms. Payne, or Attorney Lane.
I'll let Ms. Payne go first, or she.
I just said the state would waive its right to opening and reserve its right to close.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there's no testimony that as far as the trespass damage to the iPhone, there wasn't any testimony that it was damaged, that there was just a tussle over it, the phone that my client purchased. And as far as the battery family violence, this is a self-defense case here. It's a he said versus he said, a tussle amongst brothers. Regardless of what the alleged victim may have said, that he felt self-defense or that he pulled the gun and was waving the gun around in self-defense. The neutral witness that was there observing that in the report, it said, and according to the officer's testimony, was that both of them became aggressive towards each other. It does not say in there that my client was the initial aggressor. And you can't look at injuries after the fact, and just because one may have had more injuries than the other, and use that to determine who was the initial aggressor. So just based on that, we'd request dismissal of both the trespass damage charge and the battery family violence charge.
All righty, go ahead, Ms. Payne. You are on mute.
I apologize for that. The state would contend that as far as criminal trespass goes, the criminal trespass is not just criminal trespass damage. There is a part of the statute that is just maliciously interfere with the possession of the object that belonged to the victim. And the officer testified to the fact that Mr. Marcel Griffin was given the gift of the cell phone, and it belonged to him, and that the defendant in the middle of that fight took the cell phone and refused to give it back to him, maliciously interfering with the possession to Mr. Marcel Griffin of his cell phone, and would ask that contend that there is probable cause for criminal trespass and malicious interference in that. For battery, family violence, the state would contend that the law doesn't require initial aggressor. The law actually says primary aggressor, which can be determined by the amount of the injury that is caused, and the person doesn't have to be the initial aggressor in that regard. It actually just states that if you go with more force than what is necessary to stave off an attack, that you would become the primary aggressor. And the testimony the officer gave was that a physical altercation ensued, and Mr. Marcel Griffin actually just said he felt the need to defend himself sufficiently, that he actually just pulled out his gun to defend himself, and that did not deter the defendant at all. In the fact that he just came and caused a busted lip and a full eye to Mr. Marcel Griffin. So the state would say that based on the probable cause standard, that there is enough probable cause to bind this up to state court for battery, family violence, and criminal trespass.
All right, so based upon the evidence, I do find there's sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court of Clayton County. These cases over. That's the order of the court. All right, so Charles Holly.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could we address bond? Mr. Griffin's was denied a bond. I guess there was a violation of probation when he was arrested on February 5th, and that since has been resolved. I don't know if we could get him a bond for these two charges.
So he has no bond?
He has a
Correct.
bond on his criminal trespass of $1,500.
$1,500.
Oh, okay.
And so he's been in jail since February the 5th?
February 4th.
February 4th. Okay, so over a month. That's 6 months. All right, and so, counsel, what are you proposing? What are you asking the court or the state for? What type of bond?
Your Honor, we would without access to his complete criminal background or history, we would just request for the battery family violence charge, a bond of $1,050, the lowest possible for this type of charge.
All righty. And of course, the stayaways. Of course.
Sure, Your Honor, yeah.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, he does have a 14 cycle criminal history with a pending battery from Gainesville Police Department of last year, of August 3rd of 2023 of last year, which would be battery, disorderly conduct, and 3 obstruction counts. Sorry. And then he has a failure to appear along with when he was arrested for this one for his and he has fugitive from justice charges in the past. So the state would contend that bond has to be appointed because it's a misdemeanor in this case, but the state would ask for, $5,000 on the battery, family violence, and to leave the criminal trespass as it is.
All right, Attorney Lane, any last words?
Your Honor, just we would go again 1,050 for the battery, family violence, and if we could with the criminal trespass, reduce that one to 1,050 as well. And of course, a stay away would be part of the conditions of the bond.
All right, I'm gonna do 4,000 on the battery and 1,050. I will do that on the criminal trespass for a total bond of $5,050 with the no contact language. And so who's gonna compose that? Ms. Payne?
Are you asking me to draft up the bond order? Is that what you're asking?
Actually, Attorney Lane, can you draft that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'll just wait for that. And then what about Kendall Johnson?
Kendall Johnson.
Your Honor, my
Yes, you're free to go. Thank you, officer.
Your Honor, we do have Officer Lane logged back on for Zadarian Gray.
Okay, all right, let's do Mr. Gray. All right, and so y'all take, is page 52, is that for Mr. Gray?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I was speaking with my office. Yate, is that page 2, part 2, page 52, is that Mr. Gray?
No, that was for, you asked for depiction. You want me to do Gray?
Yes.
Okay, one moment.
All right, we're waiting on Mr. Gray, okay. Okay, we're just waiting on Mr. Gray, right?
I believe so.
Your Honor, who we waiting on?
Mr. Gray?
Gray?
Zadarian Gray?
Darian Gray. All right, ma'am. One second, please.
Thank you. And does anybody have an LE number for Mr. Gray?
It is 2221563.
And I have another question for Mr. Gregory Foster for warrant number 2938. What was that OCGA number?
Sorry, I gotta get back there. He said Mr. Faulkner was the last name?
Foster, Gregory Foster.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. I don't know.
This is Mr. Gray, Your Honor.
All righty. All right, Mr. Gray, we're ready to begin your preliminary hearing.
I have the OCGA number if you want that before we
Okay.
start.
All right.
It's OCGA 16-6-8.
Thank you. All right, this is State of Georgia versus Zadarian Gray. First, in warrant number 2024 CW 50181, batterer against a pregnant female. Attorney Payne, your witness.
Yes, the state would call Officer or Corporal Lane to the stand, please. And Corporal Lane, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Corporal Jason Lane,
And where do you work, sir?
City of Jonesboro.
And how long have you worked there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
How long have you worked there?
A little over 2 years.
Did you work there back on January 9th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post-certified that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a dispatch that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond to 1285 Grove Parkway, Jonesboro, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And who did you make contact with when you got there?
Well, on January 9th, the complainant at this particular time was Letitia Gray, the defendant's mother.
And what did she tell you?
I was dispatched. It was around 1:33 in the morning on January 9th. It was a domestic disturbance call that I was responding to. When I got there, Zadarian, he was coming from behind the house, but I made contact with the mother, Miss Letitia Gray, and she stated that her son had been kicking the front door. She said she had kicked him out on January 8th around 2 o'clock because he refused to get a job and go to school. But then she turned around and told Zadarian that if he came back home around 2300 hours that evening, I guess a curfew that she had set with him, that she will allow him back in the house. But of course, he violated her curfew, I guess, at that time, and she wouldn't let him in.
Yeah. And after making contact with her and handling that situation, did you then leave the scene and receive another call to respond back to that location?
I did, and before that, I told her that she couldn't kick her son out if she wanted him removed from the location, that she would have to go through the eviction process through the Clayton County Courthouse if she wanted him removed. That was before I left, but we did resolve it. Zadarian, he said at that point that he just wanted to grab some clothes and go spend the night at his girlfriend's house for the night because of the tension him and his mother was having towards each other. So she allowed him to get some clothes, and then he left the location.
And after he left the location and y'all left, did you receive a call from dispatch to respond back there in regards to an incident involving his sister?
Right. That incident was on the 13th of January. Actually, we got called back on the 13th of January, but this time, this was around 21:19 hours. This time, Zadarian was the complainant. And when I made contact with him, he said that he had been out knocking on the door and trying to contact his mother for a while, but she wouldn't come to the door to let him come inside to get the rest of his belongings. And then he also further told me that he had pinged her location to the house, so he knew that she was inside the residence.
And what did you do after that?
So I told him, I said, well, if she don't come to the door, if he needed to get if he needed to gain access inside the residence by other means, I wouldn't have a problem that I wouldn't take action against him. But then by this time, my sergeant had pulled up and spoke to him and asked him, why did he come so late? And I forgot what reason he gave him. He said he had been there for a little while, knocking on the door, trying to gain access, but she just refused to come to the door. And then my sergeant instructed him to come back the next day in the morning and try again. At that point, I thought it was over with because he left. But then I got called back not even 20, 30 minutes later. I think it was around 21:56 hours. But at this time, his sister was the complainant. And she said that I made contact with her. By this time, the door was open. And I made contact with the sister who was 9 months pregnant. She told me that she heard a loud bang at the door when she ran downstairs to investigate the noise. She made contact with Zadarian. They got into a verbal altercation, at which time he put his hands on her. And actually he made contact with her upstairs. She hadn't came downstairs yet because he was coming upstairs. They got into a verbal exchange, at which time he put his hands on her and threw her down the steps, where she sustained rug burns on her stomach.
And you stated she was 9 months pregnant?
Yes, 9 months pregnant.
Okay. And when you say put his hands on her, what do you mean by that?
He grabbed her. At some point during the verbal altercation between him and his sister, he grabbed her and pushed her down the steps.
Did she also tell you that he punched her?
I believe she did, yes.
Okay. And you observed rug burn on her stomach, is that correct?
I did. I took a photo of it and attached it to the report.
Okay. And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today that caused the visible injury to Kamaya's stomach?
Yes.
Can you identify him?
Yes, the gentleman with the dreads and I guess it's tan or brown jumpsuit.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right. Excuse me, Cross.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
How many stairs were there? I guess that whatever stairwell this was where she was allegedly pushed down the stairs. How many do you know about approximately? how many stairs we're dealing with?
Honestly, I don't know. It was quite a few steps. I'm guessing maybe 15 or 20.
Okay. And were they carpeted?
I believe it was carpeted, yes.
Okay. You remember what color the carpet was?
No, sir, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see any blood stains on the carpet or anywhere else in the residence?
No, sir. No, I didn't see any blood stains. No.
Okay. Did the I guess the owner of the residence is their mother?
The owner, yes, Letitia Gray is the owner of the
Okay.
residence. Yes.
Did she ever take the legal steps like you were advising her to, that she needed to evict Mr. Gray if she wanted him out of the residence?
I didn't follow up with her on that to see if she did take the legal steps, so I'm not sure if she did that or not.
Were you ever able to find out why they would not let him simply come into the residence and retrieve the rest of his belongings, and then he could just go on his way?
What she told me after I talked to her daughter, she said that she did not hear the phone. She said she did not hear Zadarin calling her on her cell phone because she was asleep, and that her doorbell doesn't work, but her Ring camera works. But she said the reason she didn't respond to the door because she was asleep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, John, and just a couple, Corporal Lane. When the Darian came back home and gained entry to the residence, did Miss Kamaya, was there any evidence that Miss Kamaya tried to stop him from entering the residence?
No.
Was there any evidence that she laid her hands on him first?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Alrighty. Closing arguments. Attorney Payne?
The state would just waive its right to opening and reserve the right to close.
Okay, go ahead. Attorney Lane?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd argue that whatever alleged injuries here towards the alleged victim in this case, it's not consistent with what she's alleging. That we're hearing that there was about 15 stairs here, that she 9 months pregnant and supposedly pushed down these stairs, and it's just, but yet we're just seeing that she has what appears possibly some carpet burns, could be stretch marks on her stomach from the pregnancy, and it just doesn't add up. And then you couple that with this whole thing could have been avoided if the games weren't being played, if they just would have let him enter the residence and retrieve the rest of his belongings, so he could have gone on his way. And so just based on that, we would argue for dismissal of the battery charge.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would contend that there is sufficient evidence here to show probable cause that the defendant did push the victim, Miss Kamaya, down the stairs while she was 9 months pregnant. That even though there are multiple stairs, that gives more evidence that the rug burn that the officer noted is actual rug burn from being pushed down the stairs on her stomach. They also testified that he actually observed it himself and that it was rug burn and not stretch marks. And the victim, he testified that the victim told him that it was actually from her falling down the stair or being pushed down the stairs and then punched in the face by her brother. So the state would ask that you find that there is probable cause about battery against a pregnant woman and bind it up to state court.
All right, and so based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court, Clayton County. That's the order of the court.
Your Honor, I don't know. I didn't know if I was seeing that right. It looks like his bond is $20,000. I don't know if we could address maybe a possible reduction of the bond. with it being so high, and he has been in jail for over a month now.
The state would actually ask that it stays the same. He does have a 6-cycle criminal history that includes violence. He has a battery from 2022 that he, or no, from 2020. He has a pending battery from 2022, and he has a battery from 2023 that he did plead to in February 9th of this year. And is currently on probation for, it looks like.
Currently on probation for what?
A battery. It's not the same victim. It is that victim was a Xavier Bryant. Looks like it may have happened in the public school. And then he has a pending unauthorized discharge of firearms within 50 yards of the public highway and reckless conduct.
What was the highway? What did you say?
Unauthorized discharge of a firearms within 50 yards of a public highway. That's pending from 2023. And he has a pending reckless conduct from June of 2023. So this state would contend that the bond amount remain the same, as he has multiple acts of violence in his past and currently pending acts of violence.
Anything you want to respond to Attorney Lane? You want to respond to Attorney Payne?
No, Your Honor, we just request a lowering of the bond, whatever the court sees best.
All right. So, I mean, $20,000 in essence, that's really no bond. But hopefully Mr. Gray and anybody else watching this understands that your criminal history makes a huge difference when you come before the court. And when you're asking, or your attorney is asking for something, the first thing we're going to look at is your background. And so if you're continuously doing the same thing over and over and over again, it is no, I'm sorry, I didn't know my camera was off. I'm sorry, my apologies. And so it doesn't allow us a lot of room to have compassion for your situation, understand the situation, because you're obviously not getting it, because you are consistently making bad choices and getting arrested. What's the OCGA number in this one?
And this one is 16523.1H.
All right, so I'll go down to 10,000, but that's the lowest I'll go.
Thank you, Judge. I'll draw up the order.
Okay, all right.
He done?
Yeah, he done.
All righty, so
Dwayne, you're
Kendall
free to go,
Johnson.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kendall Johnson or Kelly Johnston? Are we ready for either one of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Said Kendall Johnson.
Yes.
Are we skipping Charlie Holly?
Harley, we have him right here, Your Honor.
I thought we talked about Holly, did we not? Attorney Moore, did we discuss Holly?
Sorry, Judge,
Oh,
Mr. Lane would have him.
yes,
Oh.
Your Honor, that's fine. I don't, I don't have any notes in there, but we would certainly be open to waiving a hearing if the court, in exchange for a UJR,
Okay, so who is the individual I gave the $4,000 reduction and then the $1,050? I did that one
That was
on
Griffin, Your Honor.
Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
yes.
All righty. So is that, Deputy, if we can get Mr. Holly?
Yes, ma'am. Come on, Mr. Holland. This Mr. Holly, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Holly, we're about to start your preliminary hearing. Now calling a matter of State of Georgia versus Charlie Holly, 2023 WA 18668. Before we get started, was there a discussion on this case at all?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we'd certainly be open to a UJR on this one. He's been, look like he's been in jail since November 22nd. I believe that's maybe because he's got another pending case. He's currently got a $2,000 bond for this obstruction charge.
May have a hold from him out of Henry County.
So he has a hold, okay.
He may, the facts of the case warrant that he may have a hold out of Henry County.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Ms. Payne, you may start.
Yes, the state would call Officer Molina to the stand. Officer Molina, can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Can you state your name, please, sir?
Officer Molina,
And how are you employed, sir?
as a patrol officer with the Forest Park Police Department.
And how long have you worked there, sir?
The last 8 months.
Did you work there back on November 21st of this year? Or not this year, last year?
I did.
Yeah. And were you post certified that day?
I was.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
And were you, did you come in contact with the defendant that day?
I did.
And what initiated the contact?
I was parked in my
Did you get on the elevator?
stand by, let me turn this off.
He's down in the trenches.
I was parked in my patrol vehicle at the racetrack on Old Dixie Highway and Forest Parkway, and I received an anonymous tip of Charlie Holly that he was staying at the Western Inn on Old Dixie, which is 4887 Old Dixie Road, and I was told that he had a warrant for his arrest. So I was also told that the make and model of the vehicle that he was operating that should have been parked in front of his room where he was staying. So I went to the Western Inn. I went to that vehicle. I looked at the license plate. I entered the license plate into GTIC and NCIC, and I observed the returning information to show that Holly had a warrant for his arrest out of Henry County. If I can remember correctly, I believe it may have been for terroristic threats. So I went to the front lobby of the Western Inn. I asked them what room was Holly staying in, and they told me room, I believe 108. So I went to room 108, and that's where I made contact with Holly.
And what happened when you made contact with the defendant?
He opened the door, and I told him to step out. He refused to step out. I reached for him, and he snapped back, and he took a bladed stance with balled fist. So I unholstered my taser, believing that he was going to attack me, and I told him to just come outside. And he was advised that he did have arrest warrants, and he stated, "I don't care about any of that." And he just continued to obstruct lawful orders to step outside and to surrender.
Yeah. And after he continued to refuse, were you able to gain compliance?
I was not able to gain compliance. No matter how many orders we gave him to just step outside so we can talk to him about the warrants that for arrest that he had, he refused. So he never how do you say, took away his bladed stance. He just kept that bladed stance the entire time. So for the safety of myself and the other officers on scene, and also for Holly's safety, to reduce any physical injury on anyone, I deployed my taser and to detain him safely.
And after you deploy your taser, were you able to place Holly under arrest?
I was.
And do you see the person on the Zoom platform today that you were able to confirm that had an arrest warrant out of Henry County? And when you tried to arrest him, refused the lawful commands to surrender?
I do. He's in the Clayton County Jail Zoom window.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All righty, Cross.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
And so when you arrived at room 108 and you knocked on the door, did Mr. Holly then he opened the door and said, "What's up"?
Yeah, I know he's the one who opened the door. He was with a female. He was with a female. I believe may have been his girlfriend, but she was in the back of the room.
Okay. And so when he asked you what's up, what did you say?
I told him to step outside, and we kept just telling him to step outside, that we needed to talk to him, and then we told him that he had warrants for arrest, and he told us, "I don't care about any of that."
Okay. Because I'm seeing after he answers the door and says, "What's up?" He's standing there. Then the next sentence in your report is that you grabbed his arm and ordered him to place his hands behind his back. And there wasn't any conversation. You didn't respond to, his question.
Objection at this point. He's
startled.
testifying as opposed to asking a question.
Your Honor, I'm just reading the officer's report. I'm not reading it word for word.
All right, well, just pose it as a question.
So in your report, officer, you see there it says, "I grabbed Holly's arm and ordered him to place his hands behind his back," correct?
I attempted to grab his arm. He snatched back right away.
Okay, but I'm just reading your report here. It says you arrived at room 108. Holly opened the door and said, "What's up?" Period. And then the next sentence, it says, "I grabbed Holly's arm and ordered him to place his hands behind his back." Period.
That is what
Is
the
that
report
correct?
says. That's what the report says.
Okay. All right. And then eventually you all did, well, I have no further questions.
All righty, and so any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Molina, is your report verbatim of what happened?
I wasn't allowed to review the body footage immediately because it was still uploading. So the report is as much as my memory could recollect after the high stress situation and the adrenaline dump.
So is it just a summary of the events that happened?
It was a summary of the events that happened.
And in preparing for this prelim hearing, did you refresh your memory and were able to verify that you were informing him of why you were there and just asked him to step outside to have a talk.
When we knocked on the door, he opened the door. His back was towards me, so I reached for his wrist as he was standing at the door, so I could at least hold him and tell him step outside so we can talk to you. You have an arrest warrant. But he snapped back and he took a bladed stance immediately. And so then that's when we started telling him, hey, relax. You have an arrest warrant. You need to step outside now. And he wouldn't step outside. And because of the bladed stance, that's when I unholstered my taser. But I did not fire it right away. We gave him ample time and enough time for him to step outside.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay. All right, so closing arguments. Attorney Lane.
Yes, Your Honor, we just argue that the obstruction charge should be dismissed, that this escalated, this whole event could have been avoided, but it was the result of an illegal arrest. The officers on a hunch, anonymous tip and hunch, go to room 108, knock on the door. My client cooperates, answers the door, asks them what's up. And instead of them communicating with him, according to their report, it's important to get things in order. And I'm just looking at the next line in their report. It says, I grabbed Holly's arm and ordered him to place his hands behind his back. So here we are now, this thing's completely escalated, instead of just having a casual conversation with the officers, now he's getting his arm and hands and grabbed and told to put him behind his back. He's not having his question answered. And so just based on that, we would argue that the obstruction charge should be dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would contend that there is sufficient probable cause to bind this up to state court for obstruction, and that the officer did testify that he did receive an anonymous tip that was actually verified when he went to the Western Inn and ran the tag number with the car and verified that it was registered to Mr. Charlie Holly, and then went to the manager's office or the reception area and asked which room was Holly staying in, and they told him right where it was. So when he got up there, he was legally within his duties to arrest Mr. Holly for the warrant that was valid out of Henry County for terrorist threats. And when he made contact with the defendant, he testified to the fact that he was backed up towards him, so he just grabbed his arm and say, hey, look, step outside. You have an arrest warrant. Testified that he did have the authority to arrest him and had informed him of what he was being arrested for that warrant out of Henry County. And the defendant just did not cooperate and didn't want to hear anything of it and refused to comply with his lawful commands to come outside so he could arrest him for that. So the state would ask that you bind it up to state court.
All right. Based on the evidence provided, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind this case over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. And so now, Kendall Johnson.
Your Honor, Kendall Johnson had court with Judge Mack this morning, and he has not came down yet.
Okay, we'll continue that one. And so let's continue that one to the March 19th.
You said March 19th, Your Honor?
Yeah, is that too soon?
Yes, we've already sent out the draft calendars. Can we do it for March 26th?
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so 9/26 for Kendall. All right, so what about Kelly Johnston?
Kelly Johnston, second. Officer Parker was logged on. I believe I would have to get my investigator to reach out to him to get him back on.
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're ready, Your Honor.
And I saw Mr. Kelly, Johnston.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if they can get you, please. I don't know how many more I'm gonna be able to handle today.
Come on, Fred.
Are you
Your Honor, this all.
No, I am not.
Okay, then why you got?
And Your Honor, if I may, after that one, Officer Parker does have 2 cases that he's on here for, and the second case would be Kenneth Pack.
I can't understand what you're saying. Say it again.
Officer Parker has 2 cases that he's on here for, this one and Kenneth Pack. And I was just saying if we could do that one next to get him out of here.
All righty, and so can, let's just do the people that are here. I'm not gonna be able to go much longer, so we're gonna have to continue a lot of these cases.
Okay.
Keith Kelly Johnson. Your Honor, Kelly Johnstone is not here, Your Honor. We do apologize, man. We've asked him to say, but he never came up here.
So you don't have him?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna continue him to March 26th.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, is there any way that we can have sooner dates, being that these people have been in jail for more than a month without probable cause?
You want me to answer that, Your Honor?
No, and so the issue generally is that the calendars have already been sent. But if the state does not object to it, and we know that the officer will be available, I wouldn't have a problem with putting it on a different date. I mean, an earlier date.
Officer Parker, what is the earlier date?
The only other earlier date is the, what is that, the 19th?
What I was just told is that next week's calendar is already really large, so it may just be bogged down, and I'm not sure if Officer Parker is available that day anyway, so the state would have an objection at that point just because there's already a large calendar on that day.
Okay, all righty. So March 26th is what we're gonna have to use. Sorry about that, Attorney Moore. All righty, and so Karen Mims.
You someone here?
No, Officer Parker, what case is he on?
Kenneth Pack.
Who's this girl?
Which one?
Kenneth Pack.
Oh, you went to the Kenneth Pack? Your Honor, Kenneth Pack was supposed at first appearance, ma'am, and they sent him back.
Yeah, he gotta go through. He's gonna go through. Big time.
All right, I will put him on March 26th.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Parker, you're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Can you just bind him over or something?
You want to just file a waiver?
Well, I haven't spoken with him, but I know that there are some mental health issues that were very evident from the police report. I don't
want
know.
a judicial bind over.
I'd rather have that than have people sitting here for 2 months waiting for probable cause determination. So whatever the court can do, move these cases along, I think it'd be doing my clients a service.
All right, so if you're willing to waive, Attorney Payne, just go ahead and compose the waiver for his signature for his client.
I can get that to him.
But we'll just visit him or something to waive it, I guess.
You what now?
I was inquiring about doing a judicial waiver, but if we can't do that, then we'll just go out and try to see everyone and see if they'll sign waivers, I suppose, rather than waiting that period of time. The problem we've had, Your Honor, one reason why these calendars are so backed up is because we tried to send waivers in previously and they weren't being addressed. They were being ignored. And so thus at this point, I think that's why we have large calendars and why we haven't
ignored by who?
When we send them to the clerk's office, they were not being processed.
Okay.
And we're ready to gear up to file a whole bunch of them. If we can get somebody to address the waivers, we'll have a ton of them brought to the court.
Okay. I will definitely entertain that and let you know.
And Your Honor, and along that same light, you'd sent me an email address. I guess I don't know if I got it wrong for that you were telling me each Tuesday when I file these waivers, the judicial assistant at claytoncountyga.gov, and I sent the batches of waivers in earlier this morning and it got rejected. It just said it didn't go to the judicial assistant email address. So I don't know if I've somehow got that wrong or I sent it twice. I actually sent it separately.
What is that email address for the waivers mailbox?
Waiver.magistratecourt, the one that they were sending, that the offices were sending over the waivers to originally.
So Attorney Moore, you can send it to our waivers mailbox. And we will sign off, a judge will sign off on that and get that to the clerk's office.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, Officer Williams on the Corey Sims case is asking if that case is going to be reset or going because he has roll call in 10 minutes.
Okay. If there are no objection, we can continue that one to 326.
No.
On Sims, I know he has some other charges pending, but so I didn't think it'd be I'm not sure where they are in process, but I know that there are some additional charges he has.
Your Honor, what were the additional charges?
Well, is this the one we had all the discussion about? There were only a certain number of the charges on this calendar.
Yes, ma'am. He had the duplicate warrants, but I think that was
only duplicate.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
It's been addressed somehow. I think we're okay on what we had before the court. And so that wasn't an issue anymore, I think.
Oh, that was Simmons. I was reading off Simmons that had the duplicates for the
I have Sims. I have Sims.
That was Simmons.
It was Sims. It was Corey Sims that had the duplicate, not Simmons.
Correct.
Yes.
And so,
And Your Honor, this is Miss Mims. That'll be Miss John Wynn, Mims, ma'am.
all right, ask the officer, is he available next on the 19th?
Officer Williams, are you available on the 19th? He said he can be.
All right, I'm gonna put this on 3/19. Everybody mark their calendars for next week.
Your Honor, is that for Corey Sims?
Yes, that's for Corey Sims.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And let the deputy know this would be his only notice since it's such a quick turnaround. And so, and Yate, if you would please put in the continuance order that officer consented or acknowledged date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, and deputy, once you do that, you're free to go. All right, and so who are we doing next? We doing Ms. Mims?
The state is ready on that. Officer Gaskins is on.
Your Honor, can we have a quick sidebar?
Ms. Mims just has 2 charges. Hold on. All right, now calling the matter of Karen Mims, charged in warrant numbers 2024 WA 71673 and 2024 WA 71674, battery, family violence, and interference with governmental property. Ms. Payne, Attorney Payne, your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Officer Gaskins to the stand. Officer Gaskins, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
do.
And can you state your name for the record, sir, please?
Officer Andrew Gaskins,
And where do you work, sir?
Clayton County Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
since June of last year.
Did you work there back on February 24th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post certified that day?
Yes,
Were you on duty that day?
yes,
Did you receive a call from dispatch that day?
yes,
Did you respond to 1961 Cornell Way in Morrow, Georgia?
yes, I did.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes,
And did you make contact with Miss Elisa Wade?
yes.
And what did Miss Wade tell you?
When I first approached the residence, I seen Miss Mims sitting on the porch with all her things packed on the porch. When I asked her what took place prior to me arriving, she really didn't say too much. She was uncooperative, and she was shaking up and real jittery. So I knocked on the door and spoke to Miss Wade. Miss Wade said her boyfriend just had kicked out her residence on February 2nd. She called her to see if she could come see her. They haven't spoken 7 months. So her sister, Miss Wade, stated that she thought her sister, Miss Mims, had missed her and wanted to see her. And kind of found out she had got kicked out on the 2nd. So she allowed Miss Mims to come over on Saturday, the 3rd, but that evening, Miss Mims popped up that morning unannounced. So she stated the next morning when she woke up, Ms. Mims accused her of stealing her charger and her cell phone. So they got into a verbal argument. Ms. Mims told Ms. Wade to come downstairs. Ms. Wade didn't come downstairs, so Ms. Mims approached her upstairs and started swinging on her due to the fact she thought she stole the cell phone charger and the cell phone. Ms. Wade stated she got struck 3 or 4 times before she started protecting herself. So when I arrived to the scene, I noticed Ms. Wade had a bloody nose, scratches on her neck, and behind the ear.
And did Miss Wade tell you how she received that bloody nose and scratches on her neck and behind the ear?
By Ms. Mills throwing punches at her.
Yeah. And did Miss Mims ever cooperate with you and tell you a story that made sense?
No, every time we spoke with Ms. Mims, her story was all over the place. She went to, all she was worried about her cell phone and the charger. When we asked her what took place, she never answered the question. And she also, with my partner, which was a female, arrived on scene, she spoke with her, asked can she speak with her, due to she a female. And my partner stated to me that she still was uncooperative and her story was jumping back and forth and never explained what happened.
And at the end of your investigation, did you decide to place Miss Mims under arrest?
Yes, I did.
What did you arrest her for?
I arrested her for battery, family violence. Then on the way to transport her to Clayton County Jail, somehow she maneuvered the handcuffs and the seatbelt and ripped the seatbelt cover off my vehicle, from the back of my vehicle.
And do you see the person who you arrested for battery, family violence for striking Miss Wade in the face and causing a bloody nose and lacerations on the Zoom platform today?
Yes, wearing a green, I guess, jumpsuit shirt and ponytails.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. So there was a third party who was present at the scene when all this occurred, is that correct?
Yes, also, I guess her name Guns. She showed up.
Sorry, I meant a civilian.
It was just her husband.
Did you speak with him in any way?
Yeah, he pretty much stated what she said, but he didn't really want to get into it. Only thing he was trying to do is break it up, stand between them so they could stop fighting as she tried to keep going at his wife.
So you actually spoke to that witness?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have body camera on? Was all that captured? Body camera?
Yes. Yes.
Was anybody else on scene?
No, except for my partner. That's it. It was just the Wades and Miss Mims.
Gotcha. Did you ever examine Miss Mims for injuries?
Yes. When I approached her, I put my flashlight, shine on her face because she was sitting on the porch in the dark. So I put my flashlight on her to see did she have any bruises or scars.
Gotcha. Did you see anything?
No.
No scratches, anything at all?
No.
Place. Okay. Did Miss Mims make any admissions to you when you spoke with her?
Negative.
The seatbelt cover that you were discussing, sorry, was that on the strap? Was it on the buckle?
It was on the back of my police vehicle, like behind the seat where the seatbelt come from. So however she maneuvered the handcuffs and the seatbelt, she reached back on the top of the back window and pulled the seatbelt cover off.
Okay. Were you able to put that back on?
It broke. It was broken.
And did you examine the rear of your vehicle prior to her entering the vehicle?
Yes, I examine my vehicle every day before I get in it.
Every day or every time someone else gets in the vehicle?
Every day when I get in it and when somebody get in and get out of it, I examine. make sure nothing left behind or stored in my vehicle.
I see. Did you actually see Miss Mims touch or move in any way?
No, I heard a lot of movement in the back seat. Well, I can't pay attention because I'm driving, but I heard a lot of movement in the back. And by the time I stopped at the Clayton County Jail, it was sitting beside her in the seat. And I asked her, why do you pull my seatbelt cover out? She started laughing.
Okay. And how was it broken? You said it was broken, but I guess what was wrong with it? Why couldn't you just put it back on?
It was cracked on the side. It was cracked.
Okay. When you viewed her in the backseat of your vehicle, was she still handcuffed?
Yeah, she moved the handcuff from the back of her to the front.
Okay. And did she was seatbelted in when that supposedly occurred, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess would it be fair to say that she had to pull on the seatbelt in order to make that switch?
Like I said, I can't see what she did. I heard a lot of commotion back there as me trying to say what's going on, and otherwise, I couldn't see what she did, but it was a lot of commotion going on in my back seat as I was driving. So I was trying to get into Clayton County Jail and everything quick as possible.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks, officer. No further questions.
All right.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Closing arguments, Attorney Moore.
We'll submit on the evidence, Your Honor.
Based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind both these charges over to the state court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court. Now, wait a minute, it was the interference and the battery. Okay, all right, thank you. Is this officer on another case?
No, Your Honor, he can be released.
All right, have a good one.
I appreciate it.
All right, what about for James Russell?
For James Russell, let's see. The state would like to ask for a one-time reset on it. It appears, at least from my file, that it's the first time on, and we have not. When we originally reached out to Officer Phelps, he confirmed that he could be here, but we have not had contact with him.
Defense.
Your Honor, I was just looking to see, we were ready, but I just wanted to see real quick. I wasn't sure if this one was one that had been previously reset or not.
When did he go into custody?
February 13th.
I don't think this has been reset, Your Honor. I was just checking real quick.
But the officer was properly subpoenaed?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mims can go. We're done with Ms. Mims. You say he was?
We did email the subpoena to Clayton County, so when we had contact with him, believe yesterday or the day before, and said he would be here. I'm not sure why he hasn't logged on today, though. When we reached out to him today, he was not. We haven't had a response.
Okay. All right. So based on that, I am going to dismiss this charge for warrant of prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And this is from Mr. James Russell. All righty, and there was a hold on Gregory Walker. No, I'm sorry. On Weems, Shakara Weems. Do we have an update on that one?
Weems, the only officer we have left was Walker, which I believe can go, because I believe I actually did do the waiver on Walker. So the state would have to
Wait a minute,
ask,
say that again?
the only officer that's left online, from what I can tell, is an officer that is on the Gregory Walker case.
Gregory Walker?
Yes.
Okay, and that one is complete.
Yes.
I mean, y'all came up with an agreement.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor. So the state would have to ask for a reset on the rest of them, because I'm not sure where those officers are.
Your Honor, for the part of defense, my client's been in custody, I believe, since February 7th.
Which person are you referring to now?
Sorry, Judge. I thought we were talking particularly about Weems.
My apologies, I'm multitasking here. All right, so Mr. Mims is charged with criminal trespass.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
And what kind of history does he have?
He has a 33 cycle criminal history, so he has quite of an extensive one.
And I just want to make sure we're talking about I have Sakara Weems as being a female.
Well, I do. I wasn't saying he as in it's not a female. I used the general term, and I apologize.
No.
Multitasking.
All I was trying to do is just make sure we were talking about the correct person. That's all.
Yes, that's the file I was looking at. She has quite an extensive criminal history, ranging from it looks like it started in 1999, going all the way up to and in multiple states actually too, from Georgia and Florida.
Nate, can you please locate the criminal history on him, please? I don't see it in the paperwork. Is this his first time on the calendar?
I believe this is the first setting for this case, Your Honor. And frankly, I would have asked the state about a UGAR, kind of given the facts, because it seems kind of, it's an airport kind of disturbing the peace type of situation. However, I simply did not have, essentially Miss Weems is homeless and has been, is my understanding. So I didn't think it would be ripe for UJR discussion, but I don't like her being in jail either. So.
All righty. Do you want to do a waiver, since you want to do it, just judicially bind it over, or?
Well, whatever, I guess depends what we're talking about, Your Honor. First, the last thing I want is for her case to be continued to the next setting.
Okay.
If
that's what I'm inclined to do.
Okay, gotcha. That being said, I'd like to do anything but that. That's waive it from the court, us release her, whatever it may be.
Okay. And so we'll do a waiver on Weems. Are you objecting to going ahead and waiving this to the state?
No, if the court would like to send it over, please do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so can you compose that waiver?
Sure thing. Yes, ma'am.
All righty. And that is going to be for 2024 WA 01930. All righty, so need to make sure we're getting all of these orders back.
Your Honor, what was the date for Wing
They're gonna waive it.
and to what day? Oh, okay, it's not, oh, it's being waived. Thank you.
Right. All right, so what about Shankiria Wilkerson? Same thing with this one?
Yes, Your Honor. This appears to be the first time on from my file, and her. She
I'm sorry about that. We
has,
just technical difficulties. Who you need now?
Hold on one second.
she has an 11 cycle criminal history from, and it's just from Georgia. She doesn't have a multi-state history.
No,
She
what
has-
history?
She does. She has counts of forgery and burglary and criminal trespass and theft counts, theft of services, and soy conduct. She has it looks like it may be okay. And she had and it looks like she may have a pending simple battery from Riverdale from September of last year, and a looks like a failure to appear from for one charge in DeKalb County from last year. But
okay, I'm gonna unless council is wanting to waive, I'm gonna put that on 326.
And Your Honor, very similar to the last client, just history, reason why we didn't ask for EJR, all those things, simply that she didn't have a place to go. So again, I would ask to do anything other than send her to 326. If that includes waiving her prelim, then so be it.
All right, so I guess you'll just send over a waiver?
Sure, if the court would like.
Mhm. And then what about for Kevin Williams? What is his let's see here.
he has a book of a criminal history, it appears as well. He has a 39 cycle history from Georgia, and he does have multiple history out of Florida as well.
Okay, so he's charged with criminal trespass and is this a airport case?
No, it's Southern Regional.
Oh.
Wait, are we talking about Kelvin Williams?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know who you're talking about. I just didn't
I
think.
was looking at the wrong file. I apologize for that.
So that wasn't Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor, I apologize. I was looking.
That's okay.
I don't know how I got that in there. Mr. Williams has like the last one, 11 cycle criminal history from Georgia. He does not have any out-of-state history. It appears his history consists of forgery counts and a deposit account fraud and burglary and criminal trespass. And Uh, looks like maybe some. Uh, and he might have a pending obstruction and criminal trespass out of Decatur Police Department right now as well, and some failure to appears for that.
Okay.
And this is an airport thing, Your Honor.
You said it is?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. And if this question can't be easily answered, don't worry about it. But can any one of you guys let me know how many of these individuals here are airport cases? Is that possible?
You mean overall? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't mean
So on this calendar, can anyone identify which cases are airport cases?
You mean that are left or just in general?
Yes, for the whole calendar.
How
many? What cases are
I mean, I could, but it would involve me going back through all my files to look at.
I speaking for myself, the majority of my cases are MARTA/airport trespass, sort of this
Right.
interaction with police type things. And that's accurate to say almost every Tuesday